Yes, welcome to the Eastland Match of the round. We're out at Princess Highway Reserve for Division 3 Top 4 clash. The first time ever seeing Oakleigh District live in a match of the round since they've joined the competition last year. Both sides with great starts to the season. They're up against a Silvan team that won the Division 4 Premiership last year. So a big afternoon ahead. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager of the Eastern Football Netball League. Joined this afternoon by Ray Baird and Josh Ward. And Ray, we'll start with you. You've just mentioned off air that you'd played at this ground. I don't know what year that was.
1964,
1964.
Maybe, yes.
How's the condition of the ground now?
Oh, nothing like it is now, mate. This is prestige to what we played on here. No, that's right. But I must say, though, look, it's a fantastic day weather-wise for football, and from what I see from the forecast, we might get away without any rain at all today.
Yeah, it's actually held up okay. And Josh, we were out there before putting up the sports cover goalpost padding covers, and it was pretty good conditions on the ground. It was nice to have a walk out there, and I think if the rain holds up, it's going to be a fantastic afternoon of football.
I'm worried you two guys have jinxed it, but it is in great nick. Is Princess
You
Highway
can't trust Melbourne.
Yeah, you can not trust. You can't trust Victoria in general, but yeah, the ground's in absolutely beautiful nick. I've been past this ground many times before, and you know, it's great to be calling a game out here. Great to see Oakleigh District for the first time, who have started the season off really well in their first season, of course, Division 3. But yeah, it's in really good nick, which should mean we're in for an absolute ripper, Ryan.
Oh, yeah, it's our first Division 3 game since we opened up the season out at Warrandyte Reserve for Warrandyte Donvale, and if the game lives up to half of that expectations with a goal after siren, we're in for a good afternoon. But both sides have probably been surprising in a positive way this season. Silvan coming up a division, I was unsure of how that would translate on the field, and we saw what Coldstream did the year before, but they were a little bit more dominant in their premiership year. But Silvan have started off with a big start to the season, winning 4 of their 6 games, while the Oakleigh District Football Club, after a winless season last year, Blake Pearson comes to the club. The playing senior coach there has done a fantastic job, and they've been able to win a few games as well, and probably should have at least beaten that Fair Park that game under lights. They should have been up a fair bit at half time, but nevertheless didn't get the job done there. But both coming in good form, Ray, and it should set up for an interesting afternoon.
It certainly does, and what we have here is two sides that are playing very good football. As you said, Silvan coming up a division, and Oakleigh Districts. They stated last year when they come in, they joined the Eastern Football Netball League because of the junior situation, and they were prepared to do the hard work, which they did last year. They went out and got the right sort of person to coach them, and they've got the rewards as well. So I'm looking forward to a really good game of football.
Yeah, absolutely, Josh, and it's also good to see Silvan again. We saw him last year in the Division 4 Grand Final, and they had a fantastic season, and were challenged by Surrey Park on the big day in the end, but they've got the job done, and then they've been able to really come into the division in good form, similar to what Coldstream did last year.
Yeah, it's been great to see. Yeah, they were a bit of an unknown, just given, they'd lost some of their premiership stars to retirement. Jamie Haag and Daniel Lemon. They'd lost some of those players, but they've still continued to be able to rely on the likes of your Justin Ficarillis, your Matthew Lowe's, who started off the season really well, the captain Matteo D'Alfonso, and obviously James Charge, who isn't playing today, and bringing in someone like Mike Smith, who has plenty of experience in this league. It's still been surprising, just given the losses that they had, but it's great to see, just given it just shows that the step up from Division 4 to Division 3 is is sort of easy. It's still a tricky step, but they've taken that in their stride, Silvan.
And there's one player I want to mention for Silvan. I just saw his name on the list there. That's Jesse Owen. He spent time at Roval. He spent time at Scoresby. No doubt he'll play down back. That's his position. So that's a big inclusion into their side this season as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at the two sides on the ladder, they sit 3rd and 4th, Silvan 4 and 2, while Oakleigh District 3 and 3. So if the Oakleigh District Football Club get the job done today, they'll be equal with Silvan on the ladder, and it's always been a very interesting division, as we've mentioned across the season so far. Very even competition from pretty much first to third, and then I think Donvale and Ferntree Gully maybe a little bit ahead at the moment. But let's have a look at some of the games in Division 3 across this afternoon. Coldstream take on Ferntree Gully there at Coldstream Reserve. I know Coldstream is still without a few of their players, including Darcy Fritsch up forward, who's been in good form in the first opening, I think, 3 or 4 weeks, was able to hit the scoreboard quite frequently. They got the job done last week against Fair Park, which they needed to do for their second win of the season. But they take on Ferntree Gully, who are pretty much at full strength. They get Kennedy back this week. They're going to be very hard to stop, I think, Josh.
Yeah, I think so. I still just have a feeling, a hunch, as Matt Fodier would say, on Coldstream. Just, that game might be able to kick them into gear. They haven't had the best start. They're only 2 wins coming against Fair Park. And
you've been really big on the Coldstream bandwagon this week.
Yeah,
you're pushing them.
Yeah, I've seen teams recently that have broken through for a win, and they've picked up a massive upset. And I just have a feeling that Ferntree Gully, full strength, it's a near impossible side to stop. But I think they'll be looking to get a win on the board out there at Coldstream Reserve. They've only won the one game out there compared to last year, where they only lost, I think, 2 or 3 times out there. So they'll want to and they drew with Ferntree Gully there last year as well. So they'll want to put on a show in front of their home supporters, Ray.
Yeah, well, Coldstream, look, their confidence will be up after that win over Fair Park after 2 or 3 really bad losses, really. But, I just think it's a bridge too far away. You're coming up probably against, in my opinion, the best team in the competition in Ferntree Gully. Take nothing away from Donvale, but Ferntree Gully are, playing absolutely magnificent football. They've got a couple of players back in their lineup this week. They're up against a top class outfit, and I don't think that Coldstream will be up to it.
Yeah, it's interesting, and they've only won, as you said, Josh, the one game at Coldstream this season, and we know how they've dominated at that ground over the last couple of years. Yeah. And you can look at, similar to, obviously Silvan and Coldstream, their grounds are polar opposites, but they are a bit unique compared to the other comps in the other teams in the divisions. And if you can own that ground, your home ground, win your 6 or 7 games at home, pinch a few, away on the road, really sets you up towards finals time. So they do need to start pinching a couple at home. They've also got Oakleigh District next weekend at Coldstream Reserve. So it'll be interesting to see if they can at least win one of those 2 and get their season back on track. Fair Park and Donvale also play this afternoon at Fair Park Reserve. I think this is probably the one game this round in this division that I think you can definitely pencil in. And I've said that far too often and been wrong in this division so far this season. But with the way Donvale are going at the moment, they take on Fair Park. The Lions have dropped off last week with probably a disappointing performance against Coldstream, we have to say. And I think they'll be far too comfortable at home.
I agree with you totally. My opinion on Fair Park is that they're very inconsistent. When they're good, they're very good, and they can match it with anybody. But you don't know what you're going to get week in, week out, and I just think that once again they won't be up to the mark today.
Yeah, I think Josh, it's I think risking ourselves here again to look silly, but I think it's a pretty easy win here for Donvale. I think
it should be, and they're coming in off a great kicking performance as well in front of goal.
23-6.
You don't see that every day. 29 scoring shots, 23 of those goals, and it's going to be hard for Fair Park, whose defence is really strong as well, but against the Donvale forward line with the likes of Caleb Jordovic, Nick Murphy, Ethan Duncan, if he's thrown up there, it's going to be really hard to stop. Yeah, absolutely. And we do say, yes, anyone can in this division on their day win. So not to give the Lions no chance there. They certainly, if they do perform and Donvale don't put in the 4 quarters, you never know. Probably the most interesting game, apart from this one here in Division 3, is Warrandyte versus Whitehorse, both sitting 7th and 8th on the ladder right now. Warrandyte just with the 1 win this season. We thought maybe could they get their season back on track with a win over Fair Park. Disappointing last week. They were playing the benchmark of the division in Ferntree Gully, but it's really, this is it for them. If they lose today at home against Whitehorse, there's no more of me trying to pump them up and say they'll be back, they'll keep coming. But if they lose today, this is it. And similar to Whitehorse, if they lose, they're pretty much equal last with the 2 wins. They won't be on the bottom due to percentage, but
I can't see them playing finals themselves if they don't win this one. So I can pretty comfortably, if you the loser of this one, I would probably rule out just about.
Yeah, I'd agree as well. I'm still bullish on Warrandyte. Just again, there's still plenty of talent in that lineup. They just haven't been able to.
I
gel.
have been, and every time I say that, they don't come out and perform. So
I'm still back in Warrandyte. They broke through for a win at home as well the last time they played there against Fair Park. So I think they should come into this game as favourites. But Whitehorse, they've been really competitive. They've shown plenty of promise ever since their tough opening fortnight. And
yeah, been really impressed by them.
Yeah, and I think that could cause a potential challenge for them, Ray.
Look, my problem with this game is I've been sitting next to Josh Ward too often because each week, as you say, he builds up Warrandyte, one more
and then they fail.
And I'm silly enough to listen to him, and I am silly enough today because I think Warrandyte can get the points today.
Yeah, the last 2 weeks is the first time I've actually jumped off the Warrandyte train. I've been on them for the first.
This is it for me as well. If they lose this week, then I'm off the train.
Who are they? Just have a look at their fixture next week.
Donvale.
Oh, gee. So, yeah, this is it. This is it. You lose that, you're not going to beat Donvale at Donvale, despite what happened in round one. So, must-win game there for Warrandyte and Whitehorse too. It's a really important game. We'll touch on Division 4. Looking at the games this afternoon, I think the closest one we'll leave to last. But Nuttawading Surrey Park, I don't think we need to discuss that too much.
I don't think so.
I think the Panthers get the job done there, and then similar with Scoresby and Croydon North and Croydon North do bring in 8 or 9 of their best 22 back into the side, who missed last week and are seriously undermanned. But even then, at home against Scoresby will get the job done there, I would imagine.
Look, with those 8 or 9 coming in for Croydon North, you would hope that they'd be able to stick with them to halfway through the third quarter or something.
Yeah.
But no, Scoresby, they've just too much firepower. They'll win the centre clearances and all that, and they'll win easily, I think.
Yeah, and I think with Brongeese had another 6 goals last week, and Dale Hare's always dangerous, and those experienced players, I think, are very valuable there for the Magpies, especially if they are to make something out of this year. The one game that I think is of interest here is Forest Hill and Chirnside Park, both sitting 4th and 5th on the ladder with the same amount of wins, with the 2 each there in the first 5 games of the season. I'm a bit... I think Chirnside Park are probably the better side, looking on paper, and seeing their performances compared to Forest Hill against the top sides have been a little bit better as well. Ray, what do you make out of this one? It is at Forest Hill. I think Chirnside Park probably, coming off the final series last week, have certainly improved over the last couple of years, where Forest Hill have started a bit of a slide down. But if they win this one, they're suddenly back into the top 3 and a game ahead of Chirnside.
Yeah, but does it really make any difference? Because, the two of them, both these sides are that far behind the top 2 anyway. But no, look,
they are, yes.
To answer your question, I think Chirnside will win. But we've spoken over the weeks about milestone games. Now, the coach, I just can't think of his name, of Forest Hill, his 200th game today. So, maybe with a milestone game, we've spoken about this previously on other week. So, it's a chance for them to show the coach that, we're behind you and maybe sneak a win. But it's going to be very hard.
Well, he's been fantastic for the club at Forest Hill there. So if there's one person to get up and about, it's for him today on a big day.
It is, and I think they have to, just because their supporters as well will be expecting them to step up for their coach who's done such a terrific job over many years. But I think Chirnside are the better side. They've been a bit more competitive against the top sides. I think they should just get up though.
Yeah, it'll certainly be interesting. So we'll keep an eye on that one. You just mentioned, Ray, that both sides are pretty far off the pace when you look at the top 2 and maybe 3. At the moment, do you give Scoresby a chance at the moment at come the end of season, or do you think do you think the grand final is almost set in stone?
I was probably being a bit facetious saying that, but no, look, they are at the moment they're above the other 2, but I think that if Scoresby can get a string of wins on the trot, and get their confidence built up, and maybe, you know, play one of these sides, I would believe, in the finals, and that's their big chance, you know. So, no, I wouldn't write Scoresby off totally.
And Josh, probably the most interesting part of this fixture is that Scoresby take on Surrey 2 weeks in a row come King's birthday weekend and the week before due to Glenn Waverley dropping out and a few fixture changes. So it's an interesting where you get them twice in a row. If they lose twice to Surrey back-to-back, that's good. That confidence-wise will really hurt, especially in back-to-back weeks. But pinch, especially that first one, which is at Scoresby against Surrey.
The first one's at Surrey and then the second one's at Scoresby.
The first one. No, you're right. Yeah. No, it is. So it is at Surrey first and then Scoresby. So really, they've got to pinch one of those and then really got to look to beat Kilsyth at home later that season if they're really going to get some confidence going into a final series.
Yeah, I think so. I'm still a little bullish because there is still a bit of talent there. You know, Ben Bronskis is having a terrific season up forward. Dale Hare, he's played at the top level. He's played at pretty much every level as Dale Hare. And, you know, you've also got Jack Paravicini, who's a pretty solid player for them. There's still talent there, but I just think, if they can pick up a win or two, their confidence will be really high. But just given, you know, they lost their first 2 games against Surrey and Kilsyth, I think there'd probably be a bit of doubts, I reckon.
Just got to beat him during the season at least once.
They did, and I think that Scoresby have to win that first game.
Against Surrey.
If Surrey beat them in that first game, I think...
it makes it really tough.
It's going to really hurt Scoresby. But if they can win that first game, even if they get knocked over in the second one, but to me, that is the most important game coming up for Scoresby.
Yeah, certainly for a mental edge. We'll jump into Division 2 here. We've got Trent Martin, the senior coach of Silvan Football Club, joining us shortly. But looking at these results, these games, I think most of them are pretty set in stone that you can bank on a few of these sides winning. Mulgrave probably should get over Upper Ferntree Gully, you would imagine. The Waverley Blues host Knox at Mount Waverley Reserve. Would expect the Waverley Blues to win that one, coming off a loss. And then Heathmont take on the Basin at H.E. Parker Reserve. Give the Basin a sniff, but at H.E. Parker, I think Heathmont are way too good.
And Heathmont won both meetings between these two sides last year, and obviously the Basin played finals and Heathmont just finished out of it, so they'd have plenty of confidence. And
Heathmont for me, I think they'll win this.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Boronia take on Ringwood, and you mentioned that Ringwood do have the wood over Boronia since the 2018 grand final. Obviously, it's a different looking side for both teams, and I think the Hawks at home, even when they've been challenged multiple times this season, being able to get the job done. So I expect them to win that one at home too. But maybe are they due for a loss?
Potentially. I won't be surprised if they go down here, just given Ringwood do have the wood over them. But you're right, they're two completely different sides. You know, I don't think Mitch Mellis or Josh Speakley would have played against Ringwood, in the last couple of years. And they both boast plenty of experience at higher levels, and Ringwood, they're a bit of a younger side now, but I think Mitch Heckley is playing for them, and he was a former Premier Division player with North Ringwood, a pretty handy inclusion. But I think, Boronia should get up there, even if they're challenged, they'll find a way. But I wouldn't put it past Ringwood. Six of the last 7 meetings since that 2018 grand final they've won. The last 5 they've won against the Hawks, and I wouldn't be surprised if Brett Rowe finds a way to get the victory over Boronia once again, right? Yeah,
look, the big thing for me going into this game is going to be against Ringwood is the fact that Mulgrave knocked them off last week, so they're not going to be that confident going in against the top side, and I just think that Ringwood, Boronia will have far too much power. Yeah, a bit of an 8-point game last week, and if they lose this one, they face East Burwood next week, which I know it's only be round 8, but it is a bit of a mini elimination final early on in the season. They can still lose and make finals, but it will be tough for them. I think the big game in Division 2 this week is East Burwood versus Templestowe. The Dockers have had a really strong start to the season. Their only couple of losses have been by short margins to some really good, strong sides. Last week, Boronia by a goal. They were in front by a couple of goals there before the Hawks kicked the last 3. And they faced East Burwood, who got the season a little bit back on track last week, beat Knox, which you just expect them to do, but they're still very far behind. Ray Spider's guaranteed that East Burwood will win. He's tipped them.
He's still backing them.
We've counted each week he has tipped East Burwood, and they're sitting at 3 and 4.
I bet he didn't put that into 2 sentences, so that would have went for half an hour.
Yeah, it was.
No, but look, seriously though, I just don't know what what I'm going to get with these Burwood. You know, some weeks they're good, other weeks they're not. But Templestowe, I think they're a real dark horse. I like the way they're playing their football, and all they got to do is just keep winning and play finals, and they're a chance.
Yeah, I'm very bullish on them as well. Just given, you know, the players, the calibre of players they've been able to bring into the side. You know, Mick Fogarty has just gone about business as always. Carl Giovanni's had a terrific start to the season, 9 goals, been named in the best in every single game. Nick Batsanis, Bo Mitchner, there's a heap of
Very
talent
strong
there.
midfield.
It's a very strong
and it's a mature side now. I think they've even challenged a couple of times against Mulgrave where they weren't playing their best and were still able to get the job done. They were really up against it, against the Basin in that Dane Swan game, and in the last quarter just put them to the slaughtered them in the last quarter, really, going in at three-quarter time, all levels. So you got a bit of confidence in them, and if they can keep a full strength side, I think they are a real chance for a flag this year. And Spider hasn't locked them in as a definite win, but he has tipped him. I know he'll be listening there, but we're quite short to Trent Martin joining us, but we'll continue to go through the divisions here. We'll jump into Division 1 now. South Belgrave take on Mooroolbark out at Belgrave South Recreation Reserve. We saw South Belgrave last week, Ray, look pretty good against a side that another contender in Mitcham, and despite missing a few, it was another gunner that comes in and kicks 4 up forward. So it's just, even without all 3 of them, they're still just as dangerous up forward. Yeah,
they certainly are. You know, but somewhere along the line they're going to drop another game. They're going to drop a game, that's for sure. You know, and Mooroolbark, you know, they could be. If it was at Mooroolbark, I'd almost pick Mooroolbark, but I'll stick with South Belgrave.
They were your roughy Mooroolbark, weren't they?
I think they were,
but I'm much more bullish on South Belgrave. Tyrese Lee playing for them as well, which is a big in.
Absolutely. We'll touch on Division 1 a bit later because we're joined here by the Silvan senior coach, Trent Martin. Trent's been a great start for you and your boys here, sitting third with 4 wins from the first 6 games. How have you seen the year so far coming up the division?
It's been great, mate. I certainly... We thought we could come up because we were pretty dominant in last year's comp. We were hopeful in coming up, and then we lost a few premiership players late into the pre-season, so we're probably a little bit wary and a bit unknown this comp, and again this team today, we're probably a little bit unknown. But yeah, we knew that we had enough to get a few wins, and we probably exceeded our expectations just early, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and you did speak in the pre-season about how important it is to keep your side on the park and fit and going, because certainly need them at full strength to really compete in this division. How have you gone about that this season so far? And I know Charge is out this week and a couple of changes, but how's it been going?
To be honest, it's been really good, except I suppose the one player you couldn't afford to lose. We've got 2 ruckmen at the club, and we've got 2 injuries at the club, and that's Charge and our backup ruckman. So it is what it is. I've seen it all before with footy. I've been around a while, so we just got to readjust what we're doing. But yeah, I think I still believe Charge is probably the best player in the comp, and I'd like to see the coaches' votes come that when he got injured. I reckon he's got best nearly every game, and thoroughly deserved. But yeah, so he's a massive loss. But we just we find another kid to come up today, and we reset and go again. As I said, it's a bit of an unknown, and an unknown to play without Charge because he's been so good for us. So there we go.
Trent, great to be chatting with you once again, mate. One player that's really stepped up this season, he had a really good season in last year, but Matthew Lowe, in the absence of Lee Kimpton up forward, did you expect this sort of, start to the season he's had? He's right up there in the goal-kicking charts. How have you made?
Mate, I did. I reckon I probably saw it coming. He was played in the under-19s, and he doubled up a few years ago. We played the 19s and seniors, and he's just a natural footballer. He's a great kid from a great family, so he just bought it in. The whole family's bought into our footy club, so he loves being up here. And if you love where you are, you tend to get a better result. So he's certainly done that. Him and Justin Ficarelli seem to work pretty well. Fico and I, obviously, good mates coming over from Croydon, and he's found some new mates up here in Silvan, and he seems to be gelling with the forward. So things are looking good. He's the star of the comp, Lowy, and I'm looking forward to him having. Hopefully, the case stays dry, so we can take a few big marks for you guys today.
And some of the other younger players as well. You've got Tyson Bissell, there's obviously Matteo D'Alfonso, the captain. How well have they developed this season, going up into this division?
Sensational, mate. They've both been as good players for us this year, and the time I've coached them. Mateo's proved into a sensational leader for the footy club and a premier on baller, and Tyson, he bleeds for this footy club. He's one of the few local kids we've actually got up there, and he grew up around the footy club. To see him get some rewards in a flag last year. That was actually one of 5 flags he's won, he keeps telling us. So to see him develop and come on has been sensational. He's been a pillar of strength down back for us.
Trent, as you said, you don't know much about Oakleigh Districts with them coming into the competition. And some weeks maybe you can overwork what you're going to do with the opposition. So how do you go about it today? Do you just go out and do and instruct your players to do what you've been doing and don't worry about the opposition and just see how it pans out?
Absolutely. I've actually enjoyed not knowing much about these because you can sort of overthink footy a bit much, and it's a pretty simple game we play. So, there's no secret that Pearson's obviously their premier on baller, and if not the premier on baller of the whole EFL, he's proven that. So that's a pretty glaring beacon when you look at them. But other than that, I haven't looked too far into them because we just sort of just know what we do, and we've showed that not knowing too much can be a bonus because that's how we've approached every other game.
Yeah. Now we speak each week about how important it is to win your home games, and you've been doing that. But equally as important, you've been snaring a win here and there away as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And we tried to make home a bit of a fortress, which has been good up until last week. I think when Chargy went down in the 4-minute mark of the first quarter, we were all a bit shell-shocked, and obviously the inaccuracy in front of goal. The scoreline probably didn't, show how good our effort was last week. So, yeah, we knew that on probably a smaller oval we were always a chance, and the bigger ovals we thought we might get cut up, but we went out and won at Coldstream. So everything we thought might happen hasn't really happened, so I don't really know what to make of that so far.
And have you noticed any sort of significant changes? Obviously, you're still out there playing. The difference from the Division 4 to Division 3, and obviously it's a very even competition as well. Anyone can beat anyone on their day. Have you seen much changes out there on the field?
Nah, it's just how even the comp is. And obviously, at my age, Division 4 would probably suit me because you get a few extra weeks off to spend with your family, and you can have a few lighter games, or you rest the body, or you can play a half where there's just no easy games out here. The ball moves a bit quicker, but we sort of expected that, and we were ready to come up. As a club, we made a pretty big decision to go pretty hard last year and try and win that flag, which we did. So the pace of the game's improved, and there's no easy teams, which hurts a bit for the older boys like me. But other than that, the boys have really, really embraced it. I think that if we had stayed down, we may have lost a few players because the boys were so ready. It got a bit stale down there, to be honest.
Trent, my observation on the reserves game that's being played out there at the moment is that they tend to play down the corridor a lot. There's not much football way over the other side near the scoreboard there. So do you think this is the way to go on this ground?
Absolutely. Well, the wings aren't that big at Silvan, so that's the only way we can play. We don't have a choice to play on big wings, or we don't train on big wings, so we don't know any other way, really.
And just on Dylan Bower as well, senior debut today, is that right?
Absolutely, yeah.
What can we expect from him?
Yeah, well, Dill's just a small backman that we lost Jamie Haig last year, a premiership defender, and we've been crying out for a small defender, and he's just a kid that lives around here in Mulgrave, actually, and started a pre-season at Mulgrave and wanted to change, so came up, played a few twos games, and then the cards just fell his way, and I thought he was doing enough to warrant selection, and he seems like a ripping kid, and looking forward to see how he goes today, because it's a position we need filled, that's for sure.
And you've got a couple more Mulgrave boys as well that have come to the club recently. Just how pleasing is it to get players coming up from second division down into the side?
Crazy. We've had I think it was a bit doom and gloom early in the pre-season. Even round one, I think we only named 11 players in our twos, and now we've got a full bench and blokes that are sick and injured at the moment, missing. So it's just changed the dynamics of our club. It just helps everywhere. The bar sales go up, the Thursday night dinners go up, so the culture builds. So it's been sensational. So getting these new Silvan kids in, it's been great.
Trent, it's been fantastic to have you on pre-game here. It's been a great start to the year. We're really looking forward to seeing how you and the rest of the team goes today.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, boys. And a quick hi to my mum. She's over in the car watching. They're travelling Australia and dumped their van to come watch us. So hi, mum.
There you go, Trent Martin's mum. There on the far side. We probably can see her car there. Brilliant there from Trent Martin, the senior coach of the Silvan Football Club.
I'll be keeping a close eye on that car on the boundary today.
Yeah, there you go. And just on that reserves game, Oakleigh District 8-8-56 leads Silvan 4-3-27. We'll shortly be joined by Blake Pearson there, the senior coach of the Oakleigh District Football Club. But I've always appreciated Trent's time across the years. It's been fantastic, and they've done a great job. And we saw them obviously last year winning the flag, and they've come up a division and just really been really impressive.
Look, it was a big move when he left Croydon and went up to Silvan, and good thing about it is a couple of players went up there with him and sort of helped him out, which is great because we've said it all the time, and Josh and I were talking to Chris McLagum just before over there, and he's the manager, and he said how hard, once again, it is to recruit players up there. So if a coach can come and bring a couple of expat players as well, you're halfway there.
Yeah, and he's not only done a great job leading the club into third division, he's done a great job as a player as well. He got the best on ground medal on grand final day. you know, he was a key player in defence for Silvan last year, and especially in those two finals against Surrey Park as well. And you know, he's gonna play a key role with his experience higher up. You know, out in the waffle with Croydon as well.
Well, Josh, I've seen him take Division 1 apart before Premier Division when he was playing for Croydon there, you know, on the half-back line. He absolutely split games open there, so we know what his talent is, and he's actually brought it to Silvan.
Yeah, certainly won the best on ground medal. So just having a look here, it's 43 minutes to get from here to Silvan. That's a fair track. It's a fair track.
I don't
traffic
go that
as well.
far from a Christmas holiday.
We don't travel anywhere that far, so that's a fair way to go.
Oakleigh District have got to go to Coldstream next week, so they've got the road trip.
We'll have to get the Google Maps up on that and see how long that would be. But there is a few distances with some of these Division 3 clubs. We'll continue where we were off to in Division 1. We were all tipping South Belgrave there against Mooroolbar.
Yeah.
And then we'll jump into Croydon Mitcham, now to Croydon Oval. Big chance here for the Tigers to get their season back on track.
Yeah, well, on Mitcham's form, we couldn't possibly pick them. Yeah, but let's hope that they're competitive for at least half or three-quarters of the game.
No figure really as well for Croydon, which really hurts. It's going to be potentially lopsided out there.
Scoring has certainly been the issue for them. We've just been joined here by Blake Pearson, the senior coach at the Oakleigh District Football Club. Blake, thanks for joining us today, and what's a big day for the club?
Thanks, boys. Certainly is. Always nice to be on the cameras. So
absolutely. We spoke to you after the round 1 clash against Coldstream. How you viewed the next 4 weeks? Won a couple of games and been pretty close against a couple sides there, pushing Furniture Gull in. Probably should have beaten Fair Park. Have you sort of assessed the opening 5?
I think we take it, certainly. I think we've got ourselves back to 3-3, which is nice. And I think I've said the last few weeks that it's just for us about learning to win. Obviously, when you haven't won a game for a year, or a couple of games in 3 years, just learning to win, as silly as it sounds, often needs to be done. So we think we've sort of done that. We've learned a fair bit, especially from that Fair Park game. Things that we need to do a bit later in games to protect the lead, and we think over the last couple of weeks we've certainly started to implement that.
And we just spoke to Trent before about obviously a similar sort of position coming into a new division, haven't played most of these sides. Has that sort of worked to your advantage that you just focus on what you've got with your list in the moment and not as much worrying about your oppositions?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think each week we sort of focus more on ourselves and what we can do to win the game of football. We obviously speak about what the opposition does well, where we can sort of exploit them and some key players. But for us, certainly as a new group coming together, we need to learn to play our style. And I think, that's probably been our focus, especially these first 7 games that we play everyone for the first time.
Blake, great to be chatting with you. Obviously, this last couple of years at Premier Division level, and before that at the VFL level with Port Melbourne, what do you feel like's been the biggest difference between Premier Division and Division 3? It is a fair drop down coming up from Premier Division, but what do you feel like's been the biggest difference?
Oh, still hard. There's still a hard game. Last week I said was probably one of the toughest games I've played in, just physically. A little bit of a smaller ground, obviously, at White Horse, and just a bit more contested. Probably a little bit of the skill level, I would say. It's still competitive. There's still some really good players in our competition, guys that could easily play Premier Division football. So, I certainly say that to the boys every week. Every week we come up against a team that wants to beat us, and it's a challenge every week. So.
And playing alongside your brother too, I don't think you've played too much alongside Ryan. Just how much have you enjoyed being able to play alongside a player who's had a great couple of seasons with the Oakleigh District?
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, it's good fun. We've played cricket together the last, probably 3 years or 3 or 4 years, which has been really good. And obviously to come and play football with him as well is really good. So it's certainly beneficial for mum and dad. They don't have to pick and choose what games they want to go to. They get to come to one game now and watch us both, which I know, for both of those, for mum and dad, they really enjoy that aspect of watching us, I think.
Just getting back, Blake, to what Josh asked you about the differences playing in the different divisions, and my take on it is that as you go down the divisions, you'll find that the players, when you bring the ball forward, they don't run to the right positions, whereas in Premier and Division 1, you're coming out of the centre, the players you're looking to will run to the right position. That's something you've had to teach the boys?
A little bit, yeah. I think... naturally, as you're going to be Premier Division footballers, you're probably naturally going to be a little bit smarter about where you run to and what your positions are, and probably your overall understanding of structures and movement patterns, and it's certainly something that we're starting to teach the guys as we play a little bit more football. But then at the same time, it's also just giving them the freedom to go out and play their style. You know, we can't really pigeonhole guys to doing the one thing all the time. No. It's, you know, having that freedom that if you want to push up the ground and find the ball that you can, or if you've got some speed and you want to run, you know, I mentioned it to Francis Connolly, who keeps building his game off half-back, that he's now starting to run off half-back. So, yeah, it's giving that little bit of license for these guys to play their style, which is really will benefit us in the long run.
Now, it all starts in the midfield, so you've obviously been happy with the way your midfield's been performing because you've been winning some games, but today, do you know much about their midfield?
I know that Charge is out,
yeah.
which is certainly
handy for you.
Which is certainly handy for us. Look, they've got a couple of really good mids that we've looked at, and we'll spend or have a little bit of attention on them at stoppages in particular. But as I say to the guys each week, you know, we back our strengths in against the opposition, and it's, you know, I guess who can do or play their style the best is probably the team that's going to win. But yeah, we just back ourselves in and hope that gets the job done.
I can remember playing against Oakleigh District back in the Federal Football League. That's how old I am, mate. and their supporters were always very passionate. Yes. Have you found out that they still like that here? They
are, yeah, absolutely. I think especially that first win that we got, there was a few with crying faces in the rooms after the game, and you really just see how much it means to the supporters. I think now that we're starting to win games, naturally you're going to see a few more supporters roll in as well. So certainly last week against Whitehorse, when we sort of got on that roll in the last quarter, you could hear the crowd, you know, really get on our side. So yeah, no, they've been really good.
And obviously with Bosnich out this afternoon and up forward, he's been pretty reliable to kick 5 goals most games.
He has, yes.
Who do you look to really stand up? Obviously yourself is stranger around goals, but who else are you probably looking to add a couple of extra goals and really stand up with an experienced player missing?
Yeah, we spoke about it before the game. I think for us it's really exciting. Like, as much as we want Boz to be out there, he's kicked 25 goals and probably had 40 to 45 shots on goal already, that we sort of get to find out who can kick our goals and where our other avenues are. You know, if we're going to be a dangerous side moving forward and up the pointy end of the year, which is where we want to be, we need to have multiple goal kickers. We can't just rely on Boz every week to kick 5. We need guys kicking, 2 and 3 and really helping and supporting. So today we've got Daniel Kirby coming in, who's played a lot of senior football for us. He's been really good in the development side the last few weeks, taking his marks, kicking 3-4 goals a game. So we've got him who comes in. I'll sneak down forward as well and just help those guys out a little bit. But we hope that we might be a little bit more unpredictable today, that we're not just going to Boz all day. So hopefully we open up some avenues to goal, which is one of the things that I noticed on the podcast on Friday was the tip for Silvan, that they had a few more avenues to goal. So hopefully that's one thing we can...
Is that you, Josh?
That was Matt Spider-Lee. Yeah, definitely wasn't me.
And just a couple of extra players. Webster had a fantastic game last week, and obviously Simon Black with a milestone game today. A couple of really strong performance for you as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Webby's come from Glen Waverley. Obviously knows the competition well, and from all reports last year was a real bull for them in the midfield, and his clearance work was really good. So it's probably took him a couple of weeks to find his role inside that midfield, and he had a little bit of a hamstring tweak earlier in the season. So he's starting to build his game really nicely. And then Blackie off half-back, obviously our captain, he took over the coaching role last year as well. So to have someone of his leadership down there helping out some of the other guys around him, and we say he has a little bit of white line fever. Just his attack on the footy, he's a bit of a barometer for us. So last week we put him in the midfield and in the last quarter and paid some dividends. And for him to play 100 games for the club is a real testament to him. He's been through some hard times, not winning too many games, and and now he's sort of starting to see the fruits of what we can produce on a weekend.
Blake, we really appreciate you giving up some time before the big game today. It's fantastic to see after a really tough season for the club, them really back on track this year and a chance to play finals at the end of the season.
Thanks for that, boys. Enjoy the call.
Thanks,
all the
Blake.
best for today. Blake Pearson there, the senior coach of the Oakleigh District Football Netball Club. A fantastic job he's done so far coming into the role here. We've got a couple of minutes here before the first break. We'll just quickly jump in. Your thoughts on Blake has been a fantastic player, obviously, in Premier Division and coming down to the club. It's a new experience for him coaching the club, but he's done a really good job so far.
You couldn't have picked a better person to lead a club. The two-time reigning Chandler medalist, the VFL Premiership player with Port Melbourne under Gary S. He has done a terrific job and will continue to do so, Ray.
And winning those medals is great, but it's not everything. You need a coach to come along, and first thing he's got to do, he's got to get all the players on board. Now, some coaches come and they can't do that, and obviously, from what we hear, Blake's been able to do that.
I think you've got that player buy-in, which is really important, as you say, and the results are starting to come their way, and certainly going to be a big threat to play finals as well as their opponents in Silvan, which will be interesting to see. We're going to go to our first break here at the Eastland Match of the Round, and when we're back, we'll discuss some more Division 1 and Premier games.
Opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. We're out at Princess Highway Reserve for this Division 3 top 4 clash between the Oakleigh District Football Club and Silvan. Currently the reserves game that's happening here between the two clubs. Oakleigh 9-8-62 leads Silvan 5-3-33. If you've just joined us, whether that's on Facebook or YouTube or listening in on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. We've just had a chat with both coaches, Trent Munn and Blake Pearson, and both playing today. So fantastic to see, and certainly in these divisions it does happen quite more frequently, but both really talented players, as we know, and really looking to see how they perform today. We were in the middle of going through Division 1, our tips there. I'm pretty sure everyone was on board Mitchum's train against Croydon.
Yeah, and they get Nick Hallow and Jesse Uran potentially back as well.
Yeah, they do. So that's some really big inclusions. Needed them last week, I think, against that South Belgrave side. And I think just for Croydon, a bit of a response today. You don't necessarily have to win the game, but if they lose by 9, 10 or more goals, it's a disappointing because they'll be sitting 1-6, 1-7, 1-6, I think,
and make it very hard to get out of that relegation race.
Yeah, yes, certainly right. And one side today who'll be looking to get a win and give a bit of a gap between them and the bottom two is North Ringwood. They host Bayswater at Quamby Reserve this afternoon. I know North Ringwood are a much better side at home, and Patrick Rose, when he's there, did you say he's out?
I believe he is.
So that would be a key out there for their forward line, because they play a Bayswater side who have certainly been able to find the scoreboard in recent weeks. A big weekend last week against Croydon there without Bryce Galvin, and I think with the way Bayswater are playing, Ray, they're in good shape, and I think I've just got a tip, and at this stage, they're doing everything right, ticking all the boxes.
Yeah, they're doing everything right, and I think they will win, but I'm going to say the margin's going to be under a goal. I think North Ringwood will run them right to the edge and maybe just fall short.
They're a bit of an interesting one. They're obviously a young side, and that form fluctuates, but at their best, they've been really competitive. But they've had a few games like last week, Josh, against Montrose, where just really out of it in that first quarter, gave away 8 goals, didn't kick one themselves. They just can't afford to give up a quarter like that if they are to win, certainly a game like this where you can possibly look at it as a 50-50.
Yeah, you could potentially, especially out of Quamby Reserve. And there's still, plenty of talent there as well. Joel Nathan coming back into the side. You've still got Jackson Brownthal, who's a young up-and-coming player. And there's still that experience with Aaron Fenton, Robbie Nahas as well up there. But for Bayswater, it's still a pretty young side with a bit of experience. Obviously, you've got I think it's Joel Galvin that's playing, not Bryce, and the Galvin boys are as experienced as you can get. And there's plenty of young talent. Lachlan Kruger, Mitch Sertzikos, they've done really well, stepping up the divisions. Ben White just continues to is a superstar.
A gun.
He's a genuine gun, and I won't be surprised if there's a medal in his.
He does. We do use him as a bit of the poster boy of the league, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I saw a couple of the boys there from Bayswater commenting about that. But he's just been a fantastic player and someone with a junior career of just best and fairest every single year. Sometimes you just got to. Give it to someone like that.
Right.
Absolutely. Moving on, Wanturna South take on Lilydale at Walker Reserve. Despite the Devils, we really talked really positive about them, and despite that, they've had 3 close losses, and they actually sit 7th or 6th on the ladder. So it's just a big one here to win at home and just make sure you're banking the 4 points, because as competitive they've been against everyone, they still sit outside the top 5.
Just a reminder for all the listeners and the viewers out there as well, Wanturna South have lost 29 out of 33 games.
Yeah, I keep forgetting about this. This is an incredible statistic.
I will always remember it, because it's quite a remarkable statistic, only winning 3 times against a single side. You don't see that every day, and that might be playing on their minds. They lost both games against Lilydale last year, but Lilydale are going on a bit of a downwards trajectory, whereas you look at Wanturna South, there's still plenty of talent there, and we saw them a fortnight ago against Montrose, and their best footy is a really good brand of footy. It's just about getting a handy advantage at 3/4 time, and if they do, they should comfortably get up. I honestly, it's hard to tip Lilydale.
Yeah, no, look, it is very hard to tip Lilydale, and even the fact that if Lilydale beat them twice last year. Wanturna South themselves, in my opinion, are a better side than they were last season.
Absolutely.
Anyway. So, and all they got to do is be able to learn to win some of these close games against the top sides, and then they'll be right up there. But no, they'll win today and quite easily.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they're almost a lock for top 4, and they're sitting 7th. So it's interesting how that plays
But we're not
off.
halfway through the season yet.
Yeah, absolutely, and they do have a bit of an easier run now after playing most of the top teams in the division. Moving on to the last game in Division 1, which we'll be getting updates. We'll be speaking to Blake Tennant, who's down there. We'll speak to him at halftime, and then post-game for the Beaconsfield versus Montrose match out at Home Park Reserve. For me, I think you've got to give credit to Beaconsfield. Tip your hat there, because they've had a fantastic start to the season. I think they've been the most reliable team that you know what they're going to get each week. They haven't had a bad performance yet. Their 2 losses against South Belgrave and Mitcham, they showed plenty. So hosting the D's, who have had a bit of an inconsistent patch at their best, that they're flying, but they've also had a couple of down games raised. So for me, Beaconsfield at home, 3 to 4 goals.
Yeah, look, as you all know, I saw both these sides on consecutive weeks against different opposition, and they play 2 completely different styles of football. Beaconsfield's style is run, keep the ball moving, open it up, play the outside midfielder. Whereas Montrose, to me, they play that stop, kick and start game of football, and that's going to be the difference. And I think Beaconsfield will win, and I think they'll win by 3 goals.
Yeah, I think they should get up. I won't be surprised if it's a close one, but I spoke with Mick Fogarty not so long ago, and he said that it's still going to be a big test. These next two weeks will give the side a good indicator of where they're at. And I still rate Montrose really highly with the talent they have. Gary Ayres at the helm, but Beaconsfield, you're right, Ryan. They're a more trustworthy side, and they're continuing to build, and the only way is up for them as well. And I think they should comfortably get the win, but I'm still going to say it's probably going to be single digits.
Yeah, look, and the D's are some of their key players in your Max Halls and Descent and Greg Lord and that running through the middle. They're always going to rack up a lot of touches, and they did that even in that game against Wanturna South. But it's making sure they use the most of the ball when they do go forward and certainly put it on the scoreboard. Hopefully we do get consistent updates there, because if Beaconsfield jump out to a big lead, we may not
we may not hear from Blake until
we may not
weekend.
get back to him. He may not pick up the phone, so we'll keep an eye on that one across the afternoon. Let's jump into Premier Division before we go into a break. A couple of games I think are pretty one-sided. Noble Park should beat Doncaster this week, despite Robbie Gray coming back for his 2nd game of the season. Vermont take on Park Orchards, just on form at the moment. That's 0-5 for the Sharks, and the Eagles have put together a couple of big wins against good sides. For me, Vermont at home, I'm going to lock them in.
Yeah, last year I think Park Orchards beat them out at Tarara Road. I'm pretty sure.
No,
they
didn't. They played twice.
But even so, no, Vermont, they're back on track. They're back on track, and they're going to be a worry to these other sides, come towards the end of the season.
The problem is, though, every time I start to really buy in, that's when you get the East Ringwood type performance. So they do need to consolidate now their spot in the top 6, because they've got a couple of really strong sides outside of that 6 who'll be pushing for those top spots. Berwick hosts Roeville there at Edwin Flack Reserve. I think pretty much on paper you say this is a Roeville win. There will be doubt if they do drop this one. It's just a must-win game for them. They're sitting outside the 6. It dropped a couple of games where potentially they could have won today. But I think just on paper, far too strong of a side compared to Berwick.
Roeville's just got to put in a 4-quarter performance, and I don't think they've done that at all in any game whatsoever this year. So if they've got to do that, just to make sure that their supporters know that they're back on song.
And probably the South Croydon game was the only one I think that was probably their best performance this season, Josh, I think.
That was probably their best performance, but I think, they'll look to build confidence from this game against a Berwick side that's, shown plenty of promise as well, but has struggled against the top sides. I still consider Roeville a top side, even if they lose today. Maybe not so much, but there's still plenty of talent there. Even I think Tyler Edwards isn't playing for them as well. They're missing a couple of players, but you still got Lockie Wine, Mav Taylor, Lachlan McDonald, Anthony Brolick.
Lockie Wine's been the big one for me, and he's just coming back into side. Even last week kicked I think 5 goals or 4 goals in a side that probably only kicked 6 or 7 for the game in a low-scoring game. So key to that forward structure and certainly will relieve pressure of a young Matt Taylor. Blackburn host Norwood out at Moreton Park. This has become quite an interesting game with the way both sides are going, both in good form. Blackburn have won 3 in a row, and Norwood just knocked off the reigning premiers at Pat Wright Senior Oval by a point. So this is an interesting one. I'm leaning towards Blackburn at home, but I think on the podcast I tipped Norwood to be different. Yeah. But the winner here is really sets their season up and puts themselves into the top 6 and sort of lock them there.
As you say, Blackburn, they've been playing some pretty good football, but talking to Marty Pask last Sunday, you and I, Ryan, look, he's convinced me. I'm picking Norwood to get over them today.
Well, they played a really strong contested game last week, and he was able to move the magnets around after half-time. Jaffrey Williams is an interesting one who moved up the ground, played more midfield time. So they've got those options to sort of switch things around. Lockie Dixon comes back into side this week, which is a real key in for them. Still missing Maloney. I like what Norwood have done.
Yeah, I like it, and they've brought in Stuart Horner from the VFL level as well. Of course, he's on Boxer Hawks VFL list, and again, bringing anyone from the VFL level, it's immediately going to improve your side, and Stuart Horner's been a consistent player at the VFL level for Box Hill. But Blackburn at home, it's always a tough ask. I'm still backing them just on home ground advantage, but I think it's going to go right down to the wire.
Yeah, very interested to see how that game plays out this afternoon. South Croydon take on Balwyn down at Cheon Park. It's used to be a bit of a fortress there, but they've slipped up a bit. A big loss to Vermont last week at home, and they're playing a Balwyn side who bring back Haley, bring back Walker, and they're in some really good form. For me, the Tigers hard to tip against them, and the Dogs do need to get their season going soon, similar to Roval in both sitting outside the top 6, really competitive, pretty competitive sides, but haven't quite been able to put it on the board.
Well, with those inclusions back into that Balwyn side, you got goal kicking power there, and they'll beat South Croydon.
Yeah, I think so, Josh.
And South Croydon's defence, the 10th best defence in Premier Division, only ahead of Doncaster and Park Orchards. There's still, you've still got Tom Shink and I think Matt George who have had good seasons, but they're not one-on-one defenders, which they need against, the likes of Charlie Haley,
it is a
Jordan
very
Knight.
hard forward line to match up on, and that's, when you look at come September, if they have all those guys down there, the Tigers, I think they've certainly become a real threat for the flag. And there's a difference when they get them compared to when they don't, but they're still winning without them. Last week was a big win, but when you do have them in the game, you've got to use them. And then the last game in Premier Division, East Ringwood host Doncaster East. It's 1v2 there in Premier Division. The Roos probably been the big surprise. I think we all knew they'd play finals or be competitive to make finals, but a really strong start to the season. Only the one loss, which was by 2 points, so been very impressive. And a big task here against Doncaster East, who are pretty much at full strength, I think, off the top of my head. The Farmer Boys return for East Ringwood. Where do you see this one game going, Josh? Do you think East Ringwood can continue that momentum, or is this a real sign here for Doncaster East to make a statement?
I think it's definitely a chance for either side to, as you said, Ryan, to continue on that path and Doncaster East to make as big a statement as you can get coming up against the side coming up from Division 1 that's had a terrific start to the season. But yeah, you're right, they're almost at full strength. It's a really exciting midfield battle as well. You've got Lachlan Waddle against Adam Swisbelek and Ruck, Tom Bell going up against James Becklow, two of the best midfielders. It's an exciting match filled with plenty of exciting matchups all across the ground, Ray. I'm still backing Doncaster East though, just given they're pretty much at full strength, and it's going to be a tough ask for East Ringwood.
Look, East Ringwood, they've been playing some great football, and as you say, coming up a division, they've really set the competition on fire, but they're coming up to me today against the biggest body, the hardest at the stoppages side in the competition, in my opinion. And I just think those bigger bodies is going to pay the poll on East Ringwood, and I think Doncaster East for mine.
Yeah, I think I'm going to lean towards Doncaster East. The reserves game just finished here, and every time I'm about to read the scoreboard off, they put up a graphic there, and I can't see, but Oakleigh District did win that game in the reserves.
69-35 I last saw.
And do mention that I think number 30, he's a bit of a cult hero.
Yeah.
The long blonde hair. We saw him run out in jeans. I've never seen anyone run into the field with jeans. Didn't know if he was playing or not. And then came off the ground and switched into his shorts. So a bit of an interesting thing there. But Oakleigh District, their reserves get started with a win today, and they'll be looking to continue that as the senior sides are about to come out. We'll go to our second break here, and when we're back, we'll bring in the call team for the Eastland Match of the round between Oakleigh District and Silvan.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
And a very good afternoon once again from the Oakleigh Reserve, or the Oakleigh, what's the ground called?
Princess
Highway Reserve. Great start to the day. Welcome one and all if you've just joined us on Radio Eastern 98.1 and on Facebook and YouTube. My name's Brett Best and I'll go away and put my false teeth in. I'll be calling the game for you this afternoon alongside my co-commentator. Let's bring him in straight away and get his thoughts on today's game, Jared Beanler. Welcome, Jared.
Thanks so much, Brett, and g'day to all the listeners. It's a beautiful day here at Princess Highway Reserve. We'll not get that one wrong again. As the Oakleigh District's team make their way onto the park. Very nice ground, as we were commenting off air.
It's one of the better, I didn't go out in the middle, but it's one of the better looking surfaces I've seen. It looks like a bowling green, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's not too grandiose. It's not, it's pretty understated, but it's just nice and clean, and it's a very nice spot here down in Oakleigh. And Silvan taking to the park as well right now. Very interesting matchup here between two teams, both of them new to the division. Silvan coming up, of course, after the premiership that they won last year. Oakleigh coming down from Division 2, but a very different looking Oakleigh Districts team this year. And they've really been putting it out putting it on the park and making sure that they can actually show, what they can do at a level against some really top flight teams in the division as well.
They went. We know they went all out in the pre-season. They bought a lot of players. I mean, we saw their ends. I think we did the podcast for this division, and they had a truckload of ins. But look, they want to be competitive. So some people say, they're trying to buy a premiership sort of thing.
Yeah.
But they're a lot stronger this year, and from where they were when they came into the league, from where they are now, I mean, they've just made leaps and bounds, and that's what you want. You want sides to be competitive. It was always going to take them a year or two to adjust. But now they're coming good, and good luck to them. They're playing some good footy.
Exactly. More power to them that they're able to attract these sorts of players, especially after an 0-18 season last year.
100%.
Yeah, I think it's really impressive that they've managed to do it. They've been able to turn it around, and they're 3-3 on the year now with a perfect percentage of 100. So it's really interesting to. Just see how they've been going. And Silvan as well, they've, as I said, come up a division. A lot of people were speculating perhaps that they weren't, they were a bit older, they have those experienced heads come in to make sure that they can win that premiership in Division 4. And then they've actually made a really good fist of it here in Division 3.
We spoke about it last week, didn't we? I think pretty much every side that's come up from a lower division has acquitted themselves really well. And that's excellent, because often a side will come up, I mean, I don't want to pick on them, but you think back to Knox a few years ago when we still had the 4 divisions, and they came up a couple of times from Division 2 to Division 1 and eventually went straight back down again. They just didn't cut the mustard. So
and that's not happening, is it?
No, it's not, and it's really, really good. Time to welcome the man who was he was going to be on the boundary today, but he's the knowledgeable one in this team by far, and he's sitting with us in special comments this afternoon, the doyen of EFNL, Ray Beck. Good afternoon, Ray.
Good day, Brett, and thanks for having me again. But no, great.
Well, we didn't actually have a choice.
Well, in my contract that if it's raining, I don't do boundary. But then now the sun's out here at Prince's Highway Reserve. I thought they might have swung me back on, but no. Anyway,
well, there's actually a bloke out there in shorts, would you believe? But
and he's kicking place kicks with bare feet. I saw him in three-quarter time.
That was pretty good.
They make them pretty tough down here at Oakleigh.
Apparently so.
Look, it's going to be a great game, guys. Two evenly matched sides, who are both in the same position on the ladder. They've got to win, and I think we're in for a really good game of football. And we've been blessed by the weather. There's no rain and no rain forecast for game time either.
No, definitely not. Let's go down to the boundary and get the conditions ground side.
G'day, hello once again, listeners. It is a perfect day. You're right, Ray. But I am worried you have jinxed it. I'm worried the rain will come. But luckily the van is right near us. But it is a picture perfect day. The ground is in absolutely perfect nick as well. I've been looking forward to this matchup. Silvan won the toss. They're kicking to the right of screens, or to what I'm calling the playground end here out at Princess Highway Reserve.
Stay off the slide, Woody, please.
I'll try my best to, Besto. But should we start doing tips?
Just before you do, can you give us an idea? It looks pretty calm out there. Is there any wind conditions?
Not really any wind. We'll keep you posted on if there's any wind.
Yep, quick tips. There you go.
I'm backing Oakleigh District. I've got the Oakleigh District media manager, boundary side, with me as well, Jaden Adolf, on Eastland Match of the Round debut as well. I know you're pretty excited about this match, mate.
Yeah, no, definitely am, Josh, and thanks for having me, boys. Thanks to Ryan for putting this all together. We're in for an absolutely cracking match, 3rd versus 4th, and it's going to be a tight one, boys. I'm pretty excited for it, so thanks for having me.
So no doubt you'll be tipping Oakleigh, Jaden?
100%, yeah.
All right, Ray, which way are you leaning today?
I'm going to go for Silvan. I just think that they're playing some great... I know both sides are playing good football, but what Silvan's proved to me this year is they can win away from home, and I just think that they'll have too much, probably firepower up forward.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, and also the fact that the Silvan are the only Cats in the division, and of course I'm a Geelong. Go the Catters this afternoon against Fremantle. So I'm going to go for Silvan, but pretty much for the reasons that Ray said too. I think up forward they look pretty strong, but I'm not. It's going to go either way. It's one of those games that is a flip of a coin.
Definitely, I would say Oakleigh District. They've been playing their home ground really well throughout this year. They've had a couple of really good games. The first one against Coldstream, of course, quite a landmark game. As we quickly swing down back to the boundary line with Josh Ward.
Blake Pearson, one of the deepest starting forwards for Oakleigh District.
Thank you, Wardy. So they're in the middle. The siren is gone. And Jared Beanland's going to take us underway. 3rd Division footy from Oakleigh.
Oakleigh Districts versus Silvan, and it was Trent Martin there in the ruck, coaching and captaining his team. He got the tap down, but Oakleigh Districts going forward there. Nearly a good mark, but Steiniger, sorry, that's low. Gets the handball out. Smith was there as well. Back to Low. He tries the impossible angle kick from the boundary line. And just the one behind there for Silvan. As we'll get
23 seconds to score, boys. So it's going to be one of those games, I think, could even be a shootout.
It could be. There's certainly conditions for it today. They are forecasting rain, I think, about 4 o'clock. So hopefully we get lucky and we don't get any rain today. So the Oakleigh side to bring the ball back in. Long kick pretty much straight down the guts into the, dying over the top there was number 43. That's Steiniger, but the ball on the ground. Hurried forward and a good tackle over there. Terrific tackle coming in. And that'll be holding the ball. It was Walker who made the tackle. And a free kick to Silvan. Walker with the free kick on the left boot. Goes down the line trying to hit a target. Can't do so. And the ball, in fact, it's still in over there. A little chip forward. But it's been cut off over there. Nice work by Webb. And down the line there, a bit of an untidy start. Is that going to stay?
That was Simon Black, I think, who marked it and then had the follow-up kick.
It was a good intercept.
So ball out of bounds over in there on the far side, and we'll have a throw in.
All right, so just under the scoreboard there, the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, which reads Oakleigh District 0, Silvan 1. Trent Martin gets the tap. Just going to trickle towards the boundary line once again. De Alfonso was there, the captain of Silvan. And he makes sure that it does go over, just out near the cars there. So a bit of a subdued start here, but only a minute and a half in, as we've got Martin there against Del Pra in the ruck. Del Pra couldn't get across Martin to make that tap, but De Alfonso is in there again for the Cats at the bottom of the pack, and we'll have yet another ball up out there. It's a bit of a tussle early on. Del Pra gets the tap down, only as far as Silvan. However, the kick goes towards the forward 50. No mark taken down there. Ficarelli gets the handball out. Smith trying to bust through a tackle. Couldn't quite do so, and Oakleigh Districts will take it away. This is Bonacci. Shares it round. Good handball chain here. And then Pearson gets the kick towards the forward 50. Running onto it is his brother Blake. He scoops it up, working his way into some space. Looking for an option inside forward 50. No mark taken. This is good work, though, there by Warren. Try to work into some space. And the kick for Oakleigh Districts is going to go out on the full. And we'll have a kick in here from Silvan.
Boys, just looking around, even around the outer side of this Printers Highway Reserve, there's cars all the way. A good crowd here today.
Indeed, yes. Good pressure there too in defence, which has forced the ball to go out. Looked like there was going to be probably the first goal of the match, but didn't come. So we're just waiting for the ball to be retrieved. But you're right, it's a nice little venue, this. It's my first time out here, but it's quite almost like a sort of a little boutique ground as we just wait for the ball to come back in. Finally it does. Knocked down over there into the hands of Steiniger, who gets it forward on the ground. Picked up over there, little ball off to Bissels. Bissels goes for a little run, but then gets it out wide. Trying to find a teammate in Martin, the player coach. That'll be holding the ball, I'd say. And the free kick is paid. Going the way of Oakleigh District, so good pressure again. It's been good so far. They'll go inside 50 here, Oakleigh District. There's the kick to the hot spot. Can someone get a mark up? They fly it. Nice intercept mark taken there by Bissels. And Silvan will rebound.
So Bissels gets the kick towards Turnbull, who's in some space there. Just working it out here, Silvan. Kick over the top. Now comes to Lachlan Lynch, one of the ins today for the Cats. They're looking a little clogged up here, Silvan. With Oakleigh District defending down the line well, but a good mark there over the top. That was well done, taken by a 24 out there, who I'm not sure if oh, it's Begley, my bad. So, De Alfonso now has it. He was tackled well by Oakleigh District. Little chip inboard on the turnover, and it's been taken by Simon Hawkins, former Waverley Blues player. He finds Prest. Prest looking for Bonacci. He's under some pressure there, 2-on-1 situation. Gets the handball over the top to the man who is helping out in Warren. And the kick down the line, cut off well by Steiniger. Steiniger's been excellent in the past couple of games there for Silvan. Best on ground in both. Really good intercept marker. And a good user of the ball too. As he goes down the line once again. Finds a teammate. They're looking inboard now, Silvan. Mark taken by Turnbull. They're building well here, the Cats. Turnbull looks across the ground. Nearly finds a teammate there. In Lynch, couldn't take the mark, was wrapped up We'll get a ball up just inside Silvan's forward line, or just outside, in fact.
A perfectly weighted kick, but as he was marking it, he was running backwards and it fell over.
Indeed, so tapped down there by Oakleigh. It only fell as far as Dixon. Dixon on the kick. Oh, he's kicked that.
Touched.
Something from the... Oh, it was
Touched, I think.
touched indeed. That would have been an impressive goal. Yeah, definitely touched there, confirmed by the umpire.
I thought she was calling for the video.
So that's Silvan, 0 points to Oakleigh District, 0-0. And we're 5.5 minutes gone in this first quarter. Brett, take us away.
Blake to bring it back in for Oakleigh. Nice kick, short kick, finds Prest. Hadrian Prest looks around for a target. Nice little kick to out to wide. It might be out of bounds over there on the far side. Ray, just a quick one for you. Simon Hawkins is in the side now, and he was very good at Waverley Blues. What do you think he adds to the Oakleigh District side?
You what? Sorry?
Simon Hawkins, very good player for the Waverley Blues.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah.
Well, they spoke about him pre-match. He's been a good inclusion for them.
He has.
Yeah.
So he was very good at Waverley Blues. So he'll
Blake Pearson spoke about him.
Exactly. So the kick inside 50, ball goes to ground, nicely roved there by Smith, but they're in a bit of trouble here. In fact, it was, Connolly. Ball goes forward. He's worked off the ball. Oakleigh finding it a bit hard to get it out, but they will eventually. It's Pearson, I think, who gets it up in a short kick into the hands of Warren. So Warren, who often plays forward, but he's doing a bit of work at the half-back line at the moment. Kick down the line, finds, doesn't try and Blake Pearson. Goes in there, tries to get it again, gets it out now. That's Warren again. Gets it forward, but it's been cut off. In fact, it's still in the hands. Little handball over the top. There's Hawkins, the man we were just talking about. Goes inside 50, knocked away there. Good work. McKenzie tries to pick it up for Silvan. He eventually gets hands on it, gets a kick outside 50, but it's probably going to come back, maybe. Good work by Oakleigh again, and off they go. Good bit of work there by Hawkins. Second touch in a couple of minutes into the middle of the ground. Good work there by Pearson. It's Pearson of the Ryan variety. Of course, Blake also playing in a perfect kick. Picks out his brother.
That was great play by Hawkins. He picked the ball up in front of the caravan here. He could have bombed it down to the full forward line, but he looked to midfield and he got a teammate who took the ball on the cricket pitch.
So, Blake Pearson it is. And, in fact, he got a kick off, did he? To Ambrose by the look. So, Ambrose will be the one that goes back and hits the shot. Always amazes me when players are in seemingly a decent position to kick for goal and they give it off to someone who's arguably on a worse angle. But nonetheless, Jared Ambrose, let's see how he goes. Still waiting the first major on this one. Here's the kick from Ambrose. Looks to be a little bit skinny.
Hit the post.
Hit the post, so another behind, so 3 behinds. Still awaiting our first goal, and after 7 minutes, nearly 8 minutes gone, it's 2 versus 1. 3 behinds in the match on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
2 nervous sides out there at the moment. It's been 7 minutes of real nervous football.
I'd have to agree there. Steiniger, usually confident with ball in hand, however, got the kick down towards the wing, and it's just an absolute scrap there. It's Simon Black at the bottom of it, and we'll have a ball up right in front of us on the wing. Bit of biff going on. Yeah, he's just been taken down there. Byron Ho giving away the free kick as he brought down Warren Schmidt. So Schmidt is going to send Silvan forward towards centre-half forward. Good rebounding defence there by Oakleigh. And the kick was one in hope, but Blake Pearson's down there. Couldn't handle it in the 2v1 situation. The cavalry arrives, however, for Oakleigh. Good tackle laid by Dixon. Crashing in goes Koga. He's brought to ground as well, and that's holding the ball. Kogan, in fact. And the free kick is going to go to Lachlan Lynch. So he's going to look a little bit wider there. Good punch over the top. That was nicely done, but Silvan's going to recover it regardless. Turnbull gets its kick. It's going to have to be well worked. In fact, it had gone over the boundary line before he got the kick away, so we'll have a throw in.
I like the way that Oakleigh District, when the ball goes into the opposition's forward 50, they're running down the corridor and clearing it out.
So, just still a bit of a feeling out process, still waiting for the first goal, but it's been quite an entertaining game. Plenty of ball movement as the ball comes in. Nicely won there by 17, that is Martin, the player coach. Ball on the ground again, can they get it clear? Pearson it was, he got it out of the tight stuff, and that might be ball. Good tackle coming in there, so Silvan have the free kick. Good tackle there from Dixon. He's made a decent start to this one, and he'll have the free kick, so Silvan to send it forward. They go into the middle of the ground, and in fact almost inside 50. Ball gets dropped over there.
Ficarelli dropped it.
He should have taken that one. That's the second one that they probably had a chance to go inside 50 and not been able to. Ball bouncing around into the hands there of Lynch, but he won't clear it. And the umpire says we'll come in and ball it up. So, as we mentioned, nice conditions out here today. Let's just hope the rain stays away, because it's one of the better grounds we've seen so far, conditions-wise. Pearson hooks it away. In fact, it was Webb, I think, actually. So,
took his arms out of the contest.
Going to have a free kick, and it'll go the way of Oakleigh.
It's going the way of Silvan, in fact, and it's Tyson Bissels. Well, worked himself into the team as a backman here. He's just going to step around his opponent. Gee, Turnbull. He left it behind. She really should have taken that mark. Was set upon, and we'll get a ball up there. So not fantastic transition by Silvan, unfortunately, in that situation.
Some dodgy handling out there, Ray. It's not no real excuses today.
Bit of fumbling going on there.
Yeah, two nervous teams, as you said, Ray. I think that was a good call. So Del Pra couldn't work his way into that ruck contest. So Delfonso got the kick down towards Silvan. They drew a free kick here, the Cats. And Turnbull's the man, completely loose there. Just couldn't quite take the mark. Has time and space to settle and get the kick inboard.
Well done.
No mark taken, though, by Silvan. And it was a tackle there on Hilton that has earned the free kick, by the looks of it, to Silvan. And well done to Matty Lowe.
Was that not a mark, boys? I thought he had a second grab at it, but I thought he got that. Just watching the replay.
Yeah, Hilton might have been unlucky there.
Yeah, I think he's a bit stiff.
So Matt Lowe, 17 goals for the year so far. One of their major goal kickers for the Cats. Can he put another one on the board for a season? And the first one on the board for the game. Matt Lowe scores. And it's 1-8 Silvan to Oakleigh Districts, just the one behind. We're 12 minutes gone in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Although we've been playing 12 minutes, neither side have been able to take the game on their own terms so far. As we pointed out earlier, a lot of nervous players, fumbling of the ball, as you mentioned, Brett, and there's no clean possessions.
Let's go quickly to the score centre with Ryan.
Oh, just not a score here, but
go for
just important for Silvan to make the most of their opportunities. Seeing them last week, missed a lot, and it certainly cost them in the end against Donvale. So those set shots are going to be really important, especially early on in this first half.
Absolutely. You've got to take your chances when they're there. So we're just waiting for the umpire to get restarted. There's Martin, the player coach for Silvan, getting set. Up she goes. And Martin finished up taking it out of the ruck. It was a bit of an easy one for him in the end. And he gets a kick forward. Marked there by Turnbull. And here's an opportunity. Almost a mark taken there, but dropped. But they still have a shot at goal. Is it going to have the legs? No, it won't. It'll be rushed through for a minor score. So the behinds just keep on coming as we go boundary side.
And that's something that Trent Martin often does, just take it out of ruck and kick it inside 50. So Oakleigh have got to be aware of that.
He's got a lot of body strength, doesn't he? He's able to do that pretty well.
So
been impressive so far.
Black to bring it back in, and here's Jared to call it.
So Black, Simon Black that is, not the one you're thinking of though, unfortunately. And down the line, it was a decent kick, but the pack formed and Silvan's going to win it back again. So sending it back forward is Cardamone, and is it going to roll? No, just through for the one behind.
Just thought I'd do a bit of a did mention Simon Black. It's actually his 100th game for the club today, so congratulations to him.
Oh, thanks for that.
In the last minute or two, boys, Silvan have been doing all the attacking. The ball's been inside their forward 50.
They have. Not really getting the reward for it at this stage, but plenty of time to go as they bring it back in. But that's not I would have picked it as a good kick. Finds a target, and Hilton. Now they bring it out. Kick outside towards the wing. Oh, coming over the top. Great grab there. Taken by
Morgan, I think.
Morgan, I think, yep. So here's the kick inside. Steineger that was a push, massive push, but the umpire didn't see it. Now the ball on the ground, but the tackle is made over there. Ball comes out. Another good tackle. There's a couple of tackles there that may well have been rewarded. But the umpire says no, benefit of the doubt.
That second tackle, Brett, what you said was a good tackle because he rolled his opponent. He could have been in the back, but as they went to ground, he rolled him over.
Certainly. Now there's the tap out, and that'll be another baller. But it's Silvan who, as we said, have really started to dominate in these last few minutes. They just don't have the points on the board at the moment. Up it goes. There's the head out. Falls into the hands of Oakleigh. Once again, cries of holding the ball as Ho tries to get it out. Now the ball on the ground. Danger still there, though. as they try and get it in. There was Dylan Burrell trying to hack it forward. Now the ball comes out. Oh, a huge body clash over there as the ball spills inside. You can hear that one on the effects, Mike. Here's Burrell again, gets a nice little handball, shoots one out there to Lynch. Lynch will go inside 50 to the hot spot. Can he hit a target? It's about a 3-on-1, so the chances weren't great. And the mark is taken there by Pilch, and Oakleigh will rebound.
Pilch gets the kick over to Hadrian Prest. He's going to use the handball. The man on the outside there. He's looking for options here as Simon Black, but couldn't really find anything, so had to go down the line. And the mark's been intercepted there by Silvan. So sending it back forward, the Cats. And a good mark. Oh, not quite. It was off hands. And that means the tackle was affected. So it's going to be a ball up there inside the forward 50. Let's quickly go boundary side with Josh Ward.
And Connor Morgan, who was the recipient of that spoil from behind from Tyson Bissell, he's come off straight away.
So from that ball up, Oakleigh just got the clearance. However, it's going to fall back into Silvan's hands. That was well done by Walker, getting the handball away. And now McKenzie, kick inside forward 50. Good intercept mark there by Jared Ambrose. Just saying, slow things down here, Oakleigh. They've not been executing particularly well so far coming out of their back line. Hawkins to add a little bit of composure, and a good mark taken down the line by Hamish Heath. So he's going to get the handball off. Hawkins again, confronted by two Cats. Still had time and space to measure the kick towards forward 50, and Warren has taken the mark. Bit more than a kick from home here. Warren spearing ball towards the coach. Over the top goes Blake Pearson, and the whistle's gone here. Where's the free kick going to? It looks like it's going to go the way of Silvan. And
boundary.
It looks like it's going to be Justin Coventry to take it. Let's go boundary side real quick.
And Paul Pillai has also come off a little ginger as well for Oakleigh District.
Thank you, Joshy. As the ball comes in, how good is Hawkins playing? I think since we mentioned him, he's had a number of touches, and they've all been influential ones as the ball goes out wide. Now it's in the hands of Webb, who wheels around and sends it forward, but it's a great mark taken there by Warren. Just got up above his opponent, and he'll go back and have a shot at goal. So Jacob Warren, the big forward, chance to get Oakleigh's first on the board.
In exactly the same position where he just had a kick before and he tried to pass it off. So I'd go back and put it through yourself.
Couldn't agree more, right? Back yourself in. It's only it's inside 50, and they're probably not 50 metre arcs out here. I was going to say, yeah. So there's the kick. Probably was 50 because he took it about 5 outside. It's not going to have the legs, and it's been touched through for a minor score off the hands, and behind's the order of the day. So it's 1-4-10 to Silvan, leading 2 behinds on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had about 17.5 first turn.
Let's go to Ryan Long quickly in the score centre.
Just a couple of results here. Doncaster East 2-3-15 lead East Ringwood 1 behind. South Croydon 2-2-14 lead Baldwin 2 straight 12.
So Steiniger kicked it in, turned it over just about, but the mark wasn't completed. So Oakleigh District scrambling here. And it's Dobson to get the kick inside forward 50. It was a pack at the top of the goal square. Silvan can rove it well. However, Coventry just tapping it to keep in front of him. Bit of a hard body work there by him. And Oakleigh District will recover the ball. And a kick inside forward 50 has found Bonacci. And he's just going to play on really quickly because he saw the man in space. And it's Hamish Heath who took the mark, and he's going to go back and look for Oakleigh District's first on the board.
There is a player down on the other side, and he has not moved.
He has not moved. You can see him at the top of the screen there on our monitor.
He is flat on his back, but it's Heath on the set shot here. He's going to kick for goal regardless of the situation behind play, and he's just hit the man on the mark. So that's a real unfortunate attempt at goal there. Hamish Heath tried to follow up with a tackle and gave away a high free kick. So a couple of unforced errors there from Oakleigh District, and it could be telling as Silvan are going to go forward once again. Martin takes the mark, wheels around, looking for options on the outer wing, and good stuff there by Simon Black to get the punch onto the ball, and over the line it trickles.
That player who was on the ground, he's walking very gingerly off there, helped by the trainers.
So ball in here on the inner side, right in front of us. Martin against Ambrose in the ruck. Martin won the tap. Man at ground level, gets the handball away, but Ambrose broke it up. Oakleigh District to try and surge forward once again. They're going to be careful here to avoid the man coming off. Let's go quickly down to the boundary line with Jaden Adolph.
Just quickly, boys. So Hadrian Prest is the bloke coming off. He's had a string of injuries so far this year, and this is his first senior call-up. So unfortunately, his bad luck continues.
That is very unfortunate. So the umpire stopped the play just as the ball came into the vicinity there of the injured man, Hadrian Prest. And it looks like we're going to get a ball up where the play stopped, Brett.
So ball goes up. There's Ambrose coming over the top. In fact, it wasn't Ambrose. It was Ambrose. I'll get it right the first time. Now the ball on the ground going, and there was Smith. Did pretty well, actually. And here they come, the Cats. As they get it forward again, they'll go inside 50. It might have been McKenzie, I think, who blasted away. And he's kicked a goal. Was it McKenzie, boys?
It was indeed.
Fantastic goal by Tyson McKenzie. He just looked up and he had empty paddock in front of him, and he backed himself and he slams it through. That's a cracking goal. So second one of the day for Silvan. They open up a 14-point lead. 2 behinds to 2-4-16 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And Tyson McKenzie, he has a very long service to the Silvan and Croydon football clubs. He's been at Silvan for a long, long time and still playing in the senior side.
So very impressive stuff there. Let's quickly go to the score centre with Ryan Long.
Just one in Division 3, Warrandyte 0-4-4 to Whitehorse 1 straight 6, and then Waverley Blues 13-12 over Knox in Division 2.
Thanks for that, Ryan. So ball back into the centre. Trent Martin just planted his body in front of the opposing ruckman and managed to get the clearance. However, Oakleigh District will recover the ball here. Good tackle laid by Walker. And Warren was at the bottom of that. We'll get a ball up there just at the corner of the square. So Martin has been doing this well, but Ambrose came over the top this time to get the tap forward. Walker has done well to recover the ball, but was tackled, and his handball just trickles slowly over the boundary line. We'll get a ball in here. Currently, Oakleigh District's just the 2 behind, still searching for their first goal. Silvan 2-4-16. We're currently in time on here in the first quarter at Princess Highway Reserve. Ambrose couldn't get the tap down. Pearson, kick off the ground. That was impressive. Just into space, however. And coming out to meet it. That was well done by Morgan. Now, Oakleigh District. Morgan once again had a fresh air. He's at ground level. Gets the handball away, however. And Webb, just a short little kick there to Warren. That was well picked out. And it's a tight angle here for Warren to negotiate. However, he's got a good shot here to put Oakleigh Districts on the board for their first goal.
Nothing pretty about that play, although all it was endeavour, don't give up, and eventually you got the ball out.
That was good stuff. I really like the work there of Connor Morgan in that. It wasn't pretty, but he got it done. Warren, that was pretty, and he did get it done as well. And there's the celebration. He's loving it, isn't he? Jacob Warren. That was excellent stuff. And Oakleigh Districts get onto the board 1-2-8 to Silvan, 2-4-16 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Just on Trent Martin there, boys. He's carrying the ruck at all the stoppages and centre there, but I don't know whether he can continue that all day. I don't know if Silvan's got anyone else who can help him out, because he's not going to play the way he is all day.
No, it's a difficult without obviously Charge there in the backup ruckman.
That's right.
Makes it hard for him this afternoon.
When James Charge went down in the game against Donvale, I think it was Daniel Bagley who took the ruck duties.
Yeah. Someone needs to help him out.
Yeah, he's a great loss, Charge. I was watching a bit of his coverage earlier in the week, and he's been really dominant in the matches that he's played. He's Silvan getting it forward, socket off the ground ahead there by Ho. Sorry, it wasn't Ho, it was Del Alfonso. I sort of feel that that Oakleigh were quite worthy of that goal. They haven't been, they've been pretty good. And it's 16-2. It was looking a bit lopsided, the score, but it wasn't really worthy of how well Oakleigh have played. So it sort of looks a bit more on par now. It's 16-8. So 23.5 played in this first term. That looked like a push, but the umpire said nothing doing. As they get it out of the Coventry, it was he got the ball out. The kick inside. Strong body clash there as the ball falls clear. And that's a goal, I think. It is. I couldn't pick up the goal score. Ficcarelli.
So
always dangerous.
When it's out of nowhere, we can probably assume it was Ficcarelli.
That was Ficcarelli of old. He was going to go in the marking contest, and at the last minute he pulled out, put himself front and centre, knowing the ball would come off the hand, and he did what he has been doing for years, and that's just snap it through.
Ray, that's just the experience of someone like Ficcarelli to understand. You've got to have someone at ground level.
I was watching him on the screen. He was going to go to the contest, and at the last minute he said, no, I'll stay on the ground.
So Ficcarelli the goal. It's 3-4-22 to 1-2-8. Nearly 25 gone in this first term.
So Oakleigh District, it would be really nice for them to get an answering goal here in this first quarter. Not sure if it's going to happen. Martin against Del Prado in the ruck. Pearson nearly got it away. Couldn't though. Kogan is in there. Just got an errant handball away. And Silvan to try and wrap it up. No, good kick off the ground there for Oakleigh District going forward. Little volleyball tap and Oakleigh to try and run away with it. Pearson here, Blake of the Blake variety that is. He's just running into space really well. That was good composure. And he got the kick away, but Owen nearly took the mark, just didn't complete it. Warren at ground level. Bonacci now receives the handball, gives one off to Morgan. Morgan goes for a shot at goal towards teammate there, and the punch over the top was well done by Silvan. Let's go down to the boundary line with Josh Ward.
And as you said, Jared, that composure from Blake Pearson, that Premier Division experience was on show. There was a reason why it was the two-time reigning Chandler medalist, and it was on show there.
It really stands out here at third division level. So taking it out of the ruck there for Oakleigh was Kirby. He was wrapped up, however. And a ball up here in a dangerous spot for Oakleigh Districts. Kirby gets the tap down. Silvan trying to hunt it. This is Bissell's. Oh, just couldn't get the kick off the ground. So bit of a mess here for Silvan to try and clean up. At the bottom of the pack there is Ryan Pearson. And he's going to wrap it up. Another ball up here in the pocket. Kirby to try and get the tap down once more. Got it back and into the path of Turnbull. It was stolen by, from him, however. Just about by Ho. It's a bit of a scrap there. No clean possession, and we'll get another ball up as the seconds tick down on this first quarter.
So 26 minutes gone. Margin is 14 points. As coming over the top there was Steineger. Didn't really get a good hit on it though as the ball goes to ground, and we'll probably have a secondary ball up over there on the far side.
A lot of players around that stoppage there.
So Turnbull, the last man to get up. And up it goes again. Up they fly, coming over the top there. Good work from Steineger again. But again, can't get it clear of the contest, and we'll have another ball up. 26.5 minutes gone, so shouldn't be too much longer to go. As the ball comes out of the stoppage, and Silvan get it forward again. Can they pinch a late one? It's been marked over there. It's good work. So they'll go inside 50 again. This will be a killer blow for Oakleigh if they can set a late one here. Up they fly. And what's going to happen here? Ball on the grounds. And the tackle mode over there, and we'll have a ball up just outside the 50-metre arc, which is more like 45, as we often say at these grounds. Up it goes. Up they go on the stoppage. Steineger's had a good first quarter. He's been winning the ruck duel as the ball goes to ground, and there is the siren. So the end of a pretty entertaining first quarter out here at the Princess Highway Reserve. And at the end of the first quarter, it's 3-4-22. It's the Silvan side, the Cats in front over Oakleigh District 1-8. So no major goal kickers in this first term. All singles and a pretty entertaining first quarter, Ray Beard.
Yes, it was. And even at this stage, at quarter time, I don't think there's a side that's got, the superior game in their hands at the moment, because it's been played in sort of 5-minute sessions where one side gets on top. Look, overall, if you look at inside 50s, Silvan probably deserved to be further ahead, but they've had it in there a lot. But all credit goes to the Oakleigh District's back six getting the ball out again.
Indeed. All right, well, we take a quick break, and on the other side of the break, we'll hear from the respective coaches, or one of the coaches, and we'll get some scores from Ryan in the score centre. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. We'll be back in just a moment.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Princess Highway Reserve, and what a good, interesting game it's been so far. A very interesting third division clash out here, and very good conditions. One of the better grounds we've seen, or certainly that I've seen, and it's the Silvan Cats in front, 3-4-22 to 1-2-8 at quarter time. And he's Raistel there. Ray, your thoughts on that first term? I mean, 14-point margin, but it was a pretty even game. Silvan probably just having the edge.
Yeah, as I said just before, there's no side that's really taken the game on at the moment, but all in all, Silvan have had the ball probably inside their forward 50 a lot more than what Oakleigh Districts did, but credit goes to the Oakleigh Districts back six. I like the way that when the ball did go in there, their back six would run straight down the cricket pitch with the ball, and if they run into trouble, there was always an outside player to hand pass it to. The only thing I'd like Oakleigh Districts to do a little bit more is lower their eyes going into that forward 50.
And without sounding like I'm the president of his fan club, how good has Simon Hawkins been on this first quarter?
He's been excellent. I would have to say as well, just on your point, Ray, the lack of presence of Zach Bazanek might make an effect there on their inside 50s as we go down to the boundary line with Josh Ward, who's got an interview for us.
Just a couple of minutes, just a couple of secs, fellas, as Trent Martin has just come across to who I'm interviewing. Adrian Canada, the Silvan assistant coach. Adrian, a really strong start for the side. What do you make of it?
Yeah, look, it was good. You know, a bit adjust to the ground. It's obviously a lot bigger than our ground, but you know, we sort of knew we had to play physical footy. You know, it's a big game. You know, in terms of the ladder position. So both teams are going hard at it. You know, and we just got to sort of keep our head over the footy, work hard, and hopefully come out with the cookies.
And Mardo and Trent Martin and Ruck, how impressed have you been with the coach's effort?
Mardo's always good. He gives everything he's got. You know, and obviously we've got two blokes out who sort of playing the ruck for us. So Mardo's had to step up and play that role, but he's doing well. You know, he's equalising in there, giving our midfields a chance to sort of win the footy. You know, not let them have their way.
And what was the message heading into the next quarter from Martin?
Oh, we just got to stick to our process. You know, adjust to the ground. You know, make sure our forward entries, are going to our advantage. You know, we're not sort of just bombing it away. You know, kick to our forwards. We've got some good forwards to make sure we use them well.
Well, Adrian, thanks for the chat. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wardy. So good to hear from the respective assistant coach, just to see what is going on. Of course, we can't talk to Trent Martin because he's out on the ground, but we get the next best thing. So Silvan up by 14 points at this end of this first quarter. Just getting set for play to restart.
Just while we've got a bit of a chance here, a couple of scores around the grounds. Wanturna South 6-1-37 lead Lilydale 1-1-7. Mooroolbark lead South Belgrave at quarter time 4-1-25 to South Belgrave 2-2-14.
That's your roughie, isn't it, Ryan?
That is my rough. The Super Boost roughie of the week, looking good. Waverley Blues 6-3-39 lead Knox 2-1-13. Down in Division 4, Churnside Park 3-5-21 over Churnside Park 1-3-9, and Nuttawading 2 straight 12. Trail Surrey Park 6-2-38, and Scoresby 28-0 Croydon North Hemlock.
So we're just waiting on the start of the second quarter here. Ball has held aloft, and here's Brett Beston to get us underway for this second quarter.
So second quarter to get underway. Martin worked his way to the front spot, and in the end he got the head out, falls into the hands there of Pearson of the Ryan variety. Goes inside 50, mark not paid. And
Yeah, paid the mark.
He has paid the mark.
He had enough of it.
So it's Steineger, who's been very good in the first quarter. He's another one that's stood out. Funny old kick, bouncing around. It was Bonfadini who got the kick away. Inside 50, up they fly. Ball knocked out. And they'll come back inside 50 again. Hooked inside. Can they get a mark? Beautiful. Yeah, Mark has grabbed. Great work there.
Can't leave Ficcarelli alone.
Ficcarelli.
Can't leave him alone like that.
You
in the forward
can't
line.
give him space when the ball's coming in like that.
No.
So Justin Ficcarelli.
That's just experience to get that one.
So he's kicked one goal in the game so far. And this would give them a handy 20-point lead.
Don't tell me he's going to kick around the corner from 10 metres out, right on the edge of the square, and he's going to kick around the corner. Been watching too much TV.
It's been coming vogue, hasn't it? So Ficcarelli snaps it around the body. It's there.
If it works, it works.
Yeah.
Yep, took the words right out of my mouth, Ryan.
I was going to say, even if you have to stand on your head and kick it and it goes through, it's still
That's right.
Still going to get the goal. So let's go down to the boundary.
Just quickly, boys. So at the quarter time huddle, Blake Pearson just said to the Oakleigh District boys that they were rushing it too much. They just need to let things develop and take their time, not try and rush it forward and lower their eyes going inside 50.
And can I just say as well on Justin Ficcarelli, he did a snap-on goal in the Division 4 Grand Final. He was literally snapping every set shot he had, I reckon. So get used to it.
So back into the centre, we are Oakleigh District's 1-2-8, Silvan 4-4-28 after that goal to Ficcarelli. Martin back into the ruck, held his position well there against Ambrose, got the secondary tap to Alfonso, was the target of that tap. He got a spearing ball towards the forward line, not picked out there, and so Oakleigh District are going to have to work their way out of defence. Good mark taken there, I think that's Bonacci. Kick across the ground there, finds Webb to handball it off. And Oakleigh District, they're working out well here, and a good mark taken there by Heath. Hamish Heath. Is he going to lower the eyes as we suggested? Not necessarily. It's a 2-on-1 situation there for Silvan, and the punch came away pretty easily. Oakleigh District's back onto it, however. Now this is Webb. He's just going to wield the ball, go for home, and it was touched. Good stuff on the line there by Tyson Bissels to make sure that Oakleigh Districts couldn't get their second on the board here.
Very impressive with the way Oakleigh Districts rang that ball out of the back 50 then. They lowered their eyes, they hit a target, they had someone running past for the handball received, and they took the ball right down to their scoring end.
So it's Steineger who brings the ball back in, kicks out towards the wing. Up they fly, mark almost taken, bouncing towards the line there. And it goes out of bounds. Just talking about Andrew Webb too, boys, with that shot. He was fairly influential in that first quarter, played really well. But he'd be disappointed not to have found the big sticks on that occasion. So umpire to throw it in. Far side of the grounds. Up it goes, reasonably shallow throw-in. Working his way to the front spot there was Ambrose. He's been good as well as the ball goes forward. Mark is taken. So they'll go inside 50 here, Oakleigh. They could do with the first goal of this term. They won't want to get too far behind, even though they've been right in the game for a large part of it. There's a strange old kick, and it's just gone out of bounds. Yeah. Nothing kicked there.
That's what I call a Carlton kick. Missed the point post by a mile.
You're not going to make Josh Wood too happy with that one, Ray.
Apologies to all the Carlton supporters.
I like it, Ray.
So Trent Martin takes the mark from the kick in, finds a man down the line. And so Silvan to work it away here. And good mark taken over the top by Lowe. Just going to pedal back. He's a kick and a half from home here for Silvan. Who's he going to find in the forward line? Begley was the target, but a great intercept mark taken by Dylan Hilton. And he'll take it away for Oakleigh Districts as we go down to the boundary line with Josh Ward.
You're not wrong there, Joe, and I am disappointed with the snap.
So the rebound for Oakleigh Districts has come to the near side. Uncharacteristically poor kick there by Ryan Pearson, but Bonacci made it work, and his high ball towards the pocket was punched away. And I think that was Coventry who did that well.
Once again, the way Oakleigh Districts run the ball out, they kept it moving. Now, if they can create that style of play for 5 or 10 minutes, they could take control of this game.
So no disrespect, Wardy, but Carlton couldn't win a one-ticket raffle at the moment. As the ball goes in, the ball on the ground, and it's all a bit messy, but this will be a goal.
It's a goal.
It's a really soft goal. Just Kirby it was. He just strolled out of the stoppage and said, thank you very much. It was almost, that's why I sort of thought the whistle had gone, because there was no one within...
Well, he sidestepped 2 or 3 opponents in the scrummage there.
Reminded me a bit of you in your heyday, Ray.
And that'll give Oakleigh District a lot of confidence, because even though Silvan have got the first goal of the quarter, the way that Oakleigh Districts are playing the ball, as I said, running it out of the back 50, they could be up and going now.
Yeah, no, it's good to see, because as I say, they didn't deserve to. They deserve to be close here, Phil. 24-14, 3-6, 24 to 2-2-14. Going to go back and scoreboard as we come back to the middle.
Let's quickly go to the score centre with Ryan.
Just a couple of Division 3 quarter-time results. Donvale by 6 points over Fair Park, and Coldstream by 9 points over Ferntree Gully.
Thanks, Rhino. So they go inside 50 again, Oakleigh District. They've made a really strong start to the second term. Ball comes out, but it's going to be Silvan who'll get it away, and that's a good kick. And the mark is taken there by Turnbull, and Silvan can get it forward. It's about half forward. Mark taken there by Ficcarelli, who's been good. Goes out wide, mark almost taken. It's not dead yet though. They get the little handball out, and now the kick inside to about the goal square, top of the goal square, and they're happy just to see it across the line.
Brett, I don't know if the ball's slippery or not, but a lot of people are fumbling marks. Yeah, marks they should take.
It'd be interesting. The boys on the boundary might be able to tell us, but the conditions look pretty good. But you're right, Ray. There's been a bit of bumbling and fumbling.
So back into play there in Silvan's forward pocket. Connolly got the handball away. Now it's found Hawkins. Hawkins gets it to Rhodes. Rhodes kicked down the line. It was a bit of an iffy one, and it looks like it's out in the full indeed. So Lachlan Lynch to take the kick in here for Silvan. Searching for options in his forward line, and well, it was an intercept mark taken there for Oakleigh District. It was a ambitious kick to Ryan Pearson. He took the mark and made it look very good, and Hamish Heath takes the mark there on the outer side. So they're moving the ball well here. Kirby was the target of that kick from Heath, and it was intercepted there by Bissell. Let's go boundary side with Josh Ward.
Can I say that kick in as well from Lachlan Lynch? Blake Pearson touched that by a country mile, and the umpire still paid the mark.
Yeah, it was odd. I thought it bent really oddly, but yeah, it bounced off the arm of the man on the mark. So Bonacci here, as the play goes on, gets the ball to Kogan inside 50 here for Oakleigh Districts, but cleaned up well by Steiniger. He does that well. He's very composed. Got a good kick on him as well. That was a long one to Bonfadini. Couldn't take the mark, so it's picked up by Smith here at ground level. And a spearing ball inboard to Schmidt. And he's going to go wider still. Lowe's the target. He presented well, and those were some safe hands. So Matty Lowe, one of the major goal scorers here for Silvan throughout this season. Looks like he's going to go back and try and slot the Cats fifth.
Boundary.
Quickly going down to the boundary line with Jaden.
Just quickly, boys, I've just gone down to the Oakleigh District bench just after quarter time, and Krishan Pulpulai is actually out for the rest of the game with an ankle injury.
Thanks for that, Jaden. Lowe with his kick on goal was good. It was excellent. And they get the 5th goal on the board there, Silvan. So they move to 5-4-34 to Oakleigh District's 2-3-15 with 8 minutes gone in this second quarter.
And Matthew Lowe, that was his second goal, 1 in each quarter for Silvan.
And let's go down to the boundary line with Josh Ward.
And in the lead up of that play as well, it was Smith and Warren Schmidt as well that got the ball into the hands of Matthew Lowe. So the two of the more experienced players for Silvan getting their hands on the ball, that's what Trent Martin would want.
So I think the back six, although they've been doing a good job, when the ball's coming in there, just got to try and man up a little bit, because there's too many Silvan players who have got 10 metres on their opponents.
So a big loss with Christian Portpalais out of the game. So that'll mean they'll be down to 1 on the bench as the ball gets knocked out from the clearance. And here come the Cats. Diving on it there on the ground was Lynch. Can't get it clear, and he might have drawn a high tackle, I think.
That was a good tackle by Kogan.
Just a fair tackle. So up it goes again. There's Trent Martin trying to get his hands on it against Ambrose. They've had a good duel so far, and the umpire comes in and says, let's try it up again. Just about in the middle of the ground near the artificial cricket pitch. You played out here, Ray? You must have played on this pitch at some...
As a junior, I did.
The resident cricketer amongst us.
And they did have synthetic pitches when I was a junior.
Yes, 1930, a long time ago, as Cardamone gets it forward inside 50. Knocked down there, it was Pearson, and they get it out. So kicking them back into about the middle of the ground. Mark almost taken there by Coventry, but it went through their hands. Now they go forward again. Little funny little kick in out towards the wing. Chasing it over there was Kirby. Oh, a little bit of candy. Did a 360, got the handball away, and in the end he threw it to his teammate. He got himself into a bit of a mess, and that'll be holding the ball. And he
Brett almost dancing with the stars there, the way he's in, didn't he? Eh?
Yeah. So Silvan to bring it out, and they'll just taking a bit of time. Eventually they get it forward. Out towards the wing, up they fly. Ball goes into, I think it was Martin there, but the ball comes out. Now they get a little handball into the middle of the ground. They go forward, inside 50. It's a difficult one to try and pick up, though. Getting it through there, though, was low. Sorry, it wasn't low, it was Pilch. So they're under a bit of pressure as the ball comes back. Oakleigh District, they'll rebound off half-back tackle, almost made. Kick out towards the wing, good work over there. And they'll get a little chip up the line. And the mark is taken, good work. Is that Pearson, I think? No, it is Bonacci over there who takes the mark.
Bonacci to send the ball inside 50 here for Oakleigh District, or he's looking to anyway. Bit of a shorter kick, however, and Kirby came across. He couldn't take the mark. Spilt it, got the handball away, and the umpire's blown the whistle here, and it's going to be incorrect disposal going the way of Silvan. Tyson Bissels to take this kick. Searching for options once again. 34-15. Silvan leading on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as Bissell's going to switch the ball here out to the outer side. Martin shares it with Turnbull. Turnbull going for a bit of a run, bit of a stroll and a bounce. That's 4 bounces now. A lot of space to work in, and found a teammate as well. That was good stuff. He followed up his work, got the handball away. Turnbull, and now Silvan. Good kick towards the forward line. Just about cut off there by Oakleigh Districts. Ball in dispute now. Picked up by Hawkins. Sent it over here to Pilch. A kick down the line for Oakleigh Districts now. Marked by Kogan. Saying slow things down a little bit. As it's been a bit of a rat race here for Oakleigh Districts. Not necessarily clean with disposal, but they've liked going fast. And that kick was cut off by Steiniger. Tapped over the boundary line and will get a ball in.
Just a few scores around the grounds in Premier Division. Norwood have a big lead over Balwyn, 32-6. Doncaster lead Noble Park 4 straight, 24-2-14, and South Croydon 35-16 over Balwyn.
Martin just takes it out of the ruck, but the kick was just about cut off there by Rhodes. Mark was paid. So Oakleigh Districts to go forward once again. Let's see what sort of a punch they can throw here, because they need to throw one soon.
Kicked into the man on the mark.
Really poor. Came off the man on the mark, and Silvan recover it. So Dixon's going to look for a target inside forward 50, or is just going to go for home himself. Oh, what a bomb!
He kicked that from the edge of the cricket pitch.
That was so impressive there by Daniel Dixon. And Silvan moved to 6-4-40. Oakleigh Districts 2-3-15.
Fair to say that's your Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender.
Yeah, without
really
a
kick
doubt.
from a fair way out. And they look real dangerous at the moment. The game's in a bit of danger here of slipping away from Oakleigh District. Still very early, but now up to 25 points.
What they're doing, Silvan, is when the ball's in a stoppage or a contest around, even when the opposition's got the ball for a kick or anything, there's always a Silvan guy running forward, 10 metres out of the clearance, and they give it to him, and that's where they get the ball down there.
So we start into the middle, and they get the head out, ball comes down. And trying to get it, walk away with it there was, I think it was D'Alfonso, but he went past it. Now the ball comes out into the hands of Smith. Lost it though, and they can burst away here. That's Bonacci. Bonacci gets it forward, but it's going to be, he got him he got a finger in the eye, I think. Yeah. One of the Silvan players, doesn't look too flash. As Martin has taken
Bissels it was.
Ground. Bissels is...
he's been a very good defender down there.
He has. We'll just keep an eye on him. Excuse the pun, because he looked like he did get a poke in the eye. That wasn't intended, Ray, trust me. So they go inside again with the boot of Dobson, and the mark is taken. So here's a chance now for Warren.
Every chance to kick a goal here, and in fact he must kick it to keep him in this game.
And so he's already kicked one today, Warren. And so he's had a pretty good season in front of the big sticks. Let's see if he can find them on this occasion. And as Ray said, he really needs them. So Jacob Warren will do a kick of about probably... just on 40, because he kicked it right on the arc, and he's hit it pretty well. And that's a great kick. That's a super kick. So Vaughan gets his second. And very, very timely for Oakleigh District as they pull the margin back to 16 points. 5-6, 36 to 3-2-20 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Let's go under the boundary.
Just because Jacob Warren, obviously a great goal there, but he's been playing second fiddle sort of to Zach Bosnich so far this year, and he's going to probably relish with this opportunity today. So if he gets a few more on the board, he'll be a very confident man, and will get his best later in the season, I'm sure, as well.
Well, he certainly gives them a target down there.
Oh, it's a big opportunity, especially for his game to improve, and without Bosnich down there, it always opens up the door for other guys to make a statement.
So back into the centre. No clear tap. Smith just about farmed it out there. And so Turnbull knocked over as he kicked it. So the kick was ineffective. Oakleigh District recovered it through Ho. His kick found a 2-on-2 situation, but found the boundary lane even quicker. We'll get another ball in.
Just quickly around the grounds, Heathmont lead the Basin 21-20. Baronia lead Ringwood 20-5, and then Templestowe lead East Burwood 18-9.
So interesting scores there in Division 2. Thank you, Ryan. Ball back into play. Delpra against Owen. Owen just took it out of the ruck that time. Delpra will get sick of that happening to him throughout today. The centering ball, though, by Oakleigh District finds Morgan, and he just re-centers it there to Ryan Pearson. Passes it off to Brother Blake. Takes a bounce, kicks it from the arc, and it was just a little bit offline, and Bissell's was there anyway to make sure that Silvan was safe from that goal regardless.
What I liked about it then, they lowered their eyes, they looked for a target in the centre of the ground, and they got the result down there.
So let's quickly go to the boundary.
And I was just about to say before Blake Pearson came running through that for that kick, he's thrown himself back as the playing coach.
So Bissell's got the kick out. McKenzie takes it nicely, but he's right out on the boundary, looking around for someone to kick it to. This game's almost in slow motion. Eventually he just sells a bit of candy, decides to go up the line, take the safe play, gets over the top, and the mark is taken well by Smith, and they get it forward again. Silvan right over the top, mark almost taken there by Lowe. Plenty of goals for him this year, as we mentioned before, but it's rebounding by Oakleigh District into the middle of the ground. Ho gets his handball off. Now they go towards the 50-metre arc. Little chip inside 50, and that'll be a mark. It's just a bit too easy. And taken there by Warren, that man again.
We know he can kick him from here. He just did it a few minutes ago.
That's right, Ray.
Same angle?
Yes.
Yep, pretty much in the identical same place that he slotted the last one. But as I say, perfect conditions for goal kicking. Little or no winds, dry grounds. So just a technique thing, and I think he's pushed it out to the right. He has just came off it a little bit and hung it out. So a minor score for Silvan. Oakleigh District, sorry.
But that was better there. They had a few options up forward and were able to hit a couple of targets, and obviously converting the last one, didn't get that one, but certainly creating those opportunities.
What's happening now, Ryan, is both sides, the game is opening up and the ball's moving very quick from end to end.
So Steiniger to continue that fast ball movement. Black sets himself for this one. Couldn't quite take the mark, so Martin roved it off. Turnbull gets the kick towards Schmidt. Good mark taken. Passes it off back to Turnbull, and he finds a man in the pocket, and it's Ficarelli taking a diving mark just on the boundary line. And so Ficarelli to go back and try and kick his third. Oh, he's just going to play on, open up the angle, and miss. So just the one behind Ficarelli this time. Let's go boundary side.
He could have gone back a little further, could Justin Ficarelli. He had every right to snap there, but he could have gone back a little further, I felt.
Let's quickly go to the scores with Ryan.
Just in the Nuttawading Surrey Park game, Surrey Park lead by 38, and on Cairn watch, he's kicked 5 in a minute into the second quarter, so on track again for another 15.
That was very impressive, and the ball's going to come back here after that kick in, because the umpire hadn't waved their flags, and Brett Beston will take us away with this.
So he goes out wide to Pilch. Pilch takes the mark, and we just chip it up the line, trying to find a target, and he does well. And the mark is taken, so Oakleigh District to come forward again. That's Hawkins. I reckon he'd be just about the best player of the first quarter, as he decides to go across the ground. Not gaining a lot of ground, but it was quite safe because there was a man out there unmarked. Quick hands off to Pearson of the Ryan variety. Go to the edge of the 15-metre line. There's that man, Warren, again, as the ball on the ground. It's going to probably get wrapped up there, you would think, and it is. Umpire says we'll have a ball up and a bit of how's your father at the bottom there. Smith's getting the treatment there from one of the Oakleigh District players. But he's all right, gets up, gets another little push in the back just for his troubles. Up it goes. And the ruck. It's a bit of a little draw there. The ball pops out into the hands of Pearson again. Funny old kick inside, or just about inside the arc, but in the end the mark is taken there, and Silvan to rebound. Good work, good defensive work.
Dixon it was to get that kick, and a good punch over the top there by Black to slow things up there. And he butters up, lays the tackle, but it was in the back. So Silvan will take the free kick this time. And they're searching to go forward to try and extend this lead. Are the Cats? The kick down the line. Oh, no mark taken there. So Oakleigh District to try and take it away, but it was Connolly wrapped up. And we'll get a ball up here right in front of the interchange benches for Oakleigh District. Quick score check with Ryan.
Whitehorse 5-5-35, lead Warrandyte 3-7-25.
That's a very interesting game out there. Another Division 3-1, but back at the ranch. We've got a good handball out there, but taking too long and holding the ball. It was Ryan Pearson, and a good tackle laid there. It's going to come back because the incorrect player, it was Cardamone. Didn't go back behind his mark, so he's going to look for a kick here inside forward 50 for Silvan. High ball. Who's the target? Ficcarelli came over the top, couldn't quite take the mark. Oakleigh District looking for kick at ground level there, and it's just come out to Ryan Pearson. Couldn't take it on the hard volley. Tried to follow up. At the bottom of the pack there, I think it's Stoyanowski rolling around with it.
Looked like a wrestling move.
And we'll get another ball up here in Silvan's forward line. Schmidt in the ruck. And looks like he's going to go against Ambrose. Good tap there by Ambrose. Smith, however, roved it, got the handball out, and it's Bonfadini on the kick there, and he slots it for Silvan. Something from nothing for the Cats.
Yeah, we just on the outskirts of the stoppage, and the hand pass come out, and it just went through.
So Silvan, they move to 7-5-47. Oakleigh District's 3-5-23. 21 and a half minutes gone in the second quarter. Ryan Long with the scores.
Just some Division 1 updates. Mitcham 1-3-9 to the Blues 1-6 at quarter time. North Ringwood lead Bayswater 15-11, and then Montrose in front against Beaconsfield 4-4-28 to 3-2-20.
Thank you, Ryan.
I know Silvan are winning, but if I was coaching Silvan now, I need to get someone to man up on Ryan Pearson.
He's had a big quarter.
Getting a heck of a lot of the football and creating some of the forward moves for Oakleigh District.
So 24-point margin. I just feel it's just getting towards that point of no return, so they won't want to concede too many more Oakleigh Districts. Up they go. Martin takes it out of the ruck again, uncontested, and they go forward again. Can they hit a target inside 50? They can't. In fact, they can. Mark is taken there.
Got to speak about Trent Martin's efforts again, winning the clearance out of the middle there, out of the ruck, the handball forward. Been really key so far.
It's Lowe who took the mark. 17 goals for the season, so this will be a real killer blow if he slots this through. This will be a 30-point margin. And you wouldn't have thought that in that first quarter, the way it was going. Here he comes Lowe. Hits it okay. And he's got it. Yep, straight through. So Lowe puts that's his third goal.
Third, one in each quarter.
Yep. And so third of the game as we go boundary side.
Just adding on to what Ryan said with regards to Martin and his clearances, at quarter time, Oakleigh District had half the amount of clearances what Silvan did, and I reckon it's the same now within the second term. So that's obviously killing Oakleigh District, and Silvan are definitely capitalising a lot more.
Yes. And just on those centre clearances, Darcy Turnbull for Silvan, he's the one that's receiving the ball from those centre bounces, and he's the one that's running 20 metres and delivering it to his forwards.
He's got a lot of pace on him, Turnbull, doesn't he? Yes. As he hunts the ball once again, put his body at risk. Martin was the one to get it out this time, however. Connolly's going to have to track it here for Oakleigh Districts, but the boundary line will beat him, and it's just going to go out.
Now, if we're in the AFL, that would have been deliberate.
Just an update at East Ringwood Reserve. The Roos back in at 6-2-38, trail Doncaster 6-8-44.
Could be incorrect. Bad kicking there by Donny East.
Yeah. I'd be impressed there if East Ringwood were able to take that one. They really announced themselves in Premier Division, but back in Division 3 here. As Trent Martin tries to whack the ball forward, couldn't quite do so. Just diving on it again to try and stop it from coming out. Turnbull's burying himself in there as well, wrapped up by a couple of Districts players. And we'll get yet another ball up there just on the outer side. 53-23 in the way of Silvan here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Tapping it down and trying to find Delfonso there, but the boundary line beat him. Yet another stoppage. And this is going to be, we're deep into time on here in the second quarter. 24 minutes gone. And Trent Martin to try and take it out of the ruck again. Didn't quite do so that time, not with a clean possession anyway. McKenzie tracks it, however. Just shrugs the tackle of Ambrose pretty easily. Good power in those legs, McKenzie. Kicks it down towards Lowe. Stoyanovski was the one that roved it. Got it off to Pilch. And just a ball up there in the pocket there for Silvan.
So, as Jared said, latter stages of this term, and the margin is 30 points, so time to start thinking, I guess, about what Blake Pearson will say to the troops at half-time to get them back into this game. Into the hands there of Hilton, who tries to get it clear, but he's given it away. And it's all a bit messy over there, but eventually it does come out close to the boundary line, and that might be a free kick. It is to Oakleigh. Player getting pulled off the ball there. So it's going to be, not Martin, it's going to be Pearson of the Ryan variety. Late in this term, margin is 30 points. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1, and also, of course, on Facebook and YouTube as the ball goes right over the top and will bounce out of bounds just over on the far side.
I must say, boys, what a beautiful day it is in downtown Oakleigh this afternoon. Look at that, the sun is shining.
Yes.
Where else would you want to be?
Let's go to the boundary.
Don't jinx it, Ray. Please don't jinx it.
I was just going to say, it's the biggest moz I've ever heard. It'll be raining by about half an hour as the kick goes forward. And it's been marked over there by Warren. How good's he been for Oakleigh District? He's played particularly well, trying to find a target. But having said that, his kick probably wasn't the greatest. And Hawkins was there, but it went over his head, and Hawkins just makes the tackle. And
could almost be holding the ball there. He ducked his head down.
And as good as Warren's been, you don't want him marking that far up, because you do want him as the key target.
Exactly.
Closer to goal.
Spot on, Ryan, as the umpire throws it up again. Up they fly, and knocked out of the clearance there. And now the ball comes back to Walker. They get it out to Silvan. Long kick out towards the wing. Good mark taken over there by Bonfadini. Looking around who to kick it to next. Not too many options at the moment. Puts a little left-footed chisel kick into about centre half forward. It's bouncing around over there. That's Pearson again of the Blake variety, and that's holding the ball. So a late chance and in fact, this is going to be a gift, you would think, as the ball goes inside 50, and it's Ficcarelli again. And he's put it through, has he? Yeah, didn't muck around. I thought he was going to go back and have the shot, but he's just snapped it through, as we've already spoken about, and that is his, by my reckoning, third goal of the day. 2 in this quarter, 1 in the first quarter. And the margin.
He had a man right on the goal line, and he looked as though he was going to pass it, but I know Justin. No way known was he going to hand that off there.
No way.
So starting to get a little bit ugly. 27 played, and it's 59-23 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, getting into the latter stages of the second term.
Do they look a bit flat, Oakleigh?
Yeah, they are. They are.
Yeah, the dare just isn't quite there as it was late in that first quarter, the ball movement and the speed that they've been able to put on the ball. So Del Pra just beats Martin in that ruck contest, tried to follow up his own work. Smith was there, taps it to another contest. Ball up, secondary ball up there, out in the centre of the ground. 27.5 minutes gone. Silvan lead 59-23. Del Pra gets the tap down. Martin roved it. Got a kick away there. Delfonso onto it. Spearing ball inside forward 50. No mark taken. It's going to spill out the back. And Pilch makes sure that it went over. Let's go boundary side with Jaden.
Yes, I'm just going to quickly continue on what Ryan was saying. Oakleigh do look really flat. They are missing a fair bit of class with Connor Cochran as well, playing half back and half forward. So it's obviously making a difference so far this game.
No Mitch Trait either in the in that defensive line, unfortunately for them. And it's Stoyanovski to take the mark. Try and see if he can put a late charge here for Oakleigh District. Good mark taken by Del Pra. Uncontested in the end. Searching for options now. Little chip over the top. Mark taken there by Ho. He's going to play on now. He took quite a while to get rid of it. Assessed his options well, but it was a one-on-one situation there that was in favour of Silvan as the punch came down. McKenzie got it out to Martin, and his kick found the outer side. Bonfadini onto it. Just got the little flick over the top there to Ficcarelli, and he's going to search for a target inside forward 50 for Silvan. Lowe was the target. Begley was there as well. And desperate defence there by Oakleigh Districts on the bell. Make sure that there is no last score for Silvan as we look at the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Silvan 9-6-60 to Oakleigh Districts 3-5-23. And Brett Baston with the major goal kickers.
So major goal kickers, Ficcarelli, by my reckoning's got 3. Lowe's got 3 as well. Plenty of singles, and Warren, the only major goal kicker for Oakleigh District. He's kicked a couple, but it's starting to look a little bit like Silvan have taken the dominance in this game, and they lead by 37 points at half-time. What can Oakleigh District do to get back into this game? We'll find out after the break, and also after the break we'll bring our half-time team in for a bit of analysis from this first half from Oakleigh.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round out here at Princess Highway Reserve. It is Silvan 9-6-60 with a very impressive half leading Oakleigh District 3-5-23. A lot for Blake Pearson and his men to work on in the second half. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager of the Eastern Football Netball League, joined here by Josh Ward and Jared Beanland, but we've also got Blake Tennant here on the line, who's out at Home Park Reserve in a big game out there for Beaconsfield versus Montrose. Blake, welcome to the halftime show, and what's been happening down there? Who leads?
Thanks for having me, Brian. Yeah, incredible. This ground is unbelievable. I think we might have to come down here because I'm very impressed by it is. But at this stage, we're just closing into half time. It's 25 minutes gone, and it's
We've just lost you there,
Josh.
Blake. You did say the score was Montrose in front.
Yeah, Montrose in front, 35-27.
And who's been playing well so far? Obviously, it was, I think, Beaconsfield in front early stages, and then since then it's been all Montrose.
Yeah, I think Chamberlain's kicked one, Galbraith's kicked one, but it's really been the midfield battle, really. I think Montrose just got a bit upper hand at the moment over them.
G'day, Blakey. I hope you bought a surfboard for a trip down the coast there. But just what have you made of Beaconsfield? You know, we've heard Ray say they like to be a bit they like to utilise their defence. But what have you made of their style of play?
Yeah, well, obviously, you know, it's been heavily on the media that they are going to be a very young side this year, and it's kind of true. I was speaking to their team manager just before the game started, and he said there's about 15 players under the age of 22. So, yeah, but no, they're showing it early. They had a good start in the lead, but yeah, as it's been on, it's just been Montrose. I just can't really see them getting into the game, but I know they're a fighting team.
Is it that midfield there, depth for Montrose? Obviously no Max Hall this week, but it's a pretty strong lineup, still with the likes of Lord and Descent, who always racks up a lot of touches. Is those the key guys that they probably need to stop?
Yeah, definitely. You know, they're doing very well at the moment, the players you just mentioned, and they're just bringing it down to, you know, the likes of Chamberlain and Galbraith, and just using them to get the ball a bit. So, yeah.
And anyone standing out from a Beaconsfield perspective so far? No, White's had a fantastic start to the year. Who's looked good for them?
Well, to be honest, I actually didn't get a record and have a look at some of these plays. But if I had to look at some of them, probably 22 from Beaconsfield. I don't have the name. I'm really sorry.
That's Brandon White.
Yeah, that might be Brandon
White. He's having a pretty good game. The big, tall forward. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay,
that's
mate.
all good.
Well, we appreciate your call. We'll obviously check in with you during the afternoon and then give you a call for that last quarter and the result there at Home Park Reserve.
Yeah, it's half time and it's scores hasn't changed, so it's half time now as we speak.
Thanks for that, Blake. We'll chat to you at the end of this game. We'll jump back into this one. It's half time to analysis the Oakleigh District versus Silvan game here. Silvan, 6 goals in that quarter were fantastic, and they're really running on top of the ground really well and looking dangerous.
Yeah, they're really looking very, very dangerous. You know, they're utilising the middle of the corridor really well, and I've been really impressed by that. Their potency up for their ability to find targets. They're utilising their more experienced players to go inside 50. You know, the likes of Darcy Turnbull, Warren Schmidt, Mike Smith. It's coming off dividends. It was a really impressive first half for Silvan, Jared.
And we've got to talk about the performance of the coach as well, Trent Martin in the ruck. It's so impressive how he's able to just hold his ground in the ruck contest. 9 times out of 10 against someone who's going to be like a few inches taller than him, still win the ruck contest and perhaps get a couple of clearances himself as well.
Well, it's a sort of area, Josh, we thought that might be a thing for Oakleigh District to really capitalise on with no James Charge and no backup ruckman. But Martin's been phenomenal, as Jared said, and won a lot of the ball himself and be able to get the quick hands, Jared, and it's created a lot forward 50 entries.
And no Lucarelli for Oakleigh Districts as well as their main ruckman. So both teams without their main rucks.
And can I just say, Ray Baird and I were talking before the game as well, and he mentioned how Trent Martin he tore apart games back in the Division 1 level when he was playing for Croydon. He's done just that today. You know, the 2 times we've seen him in the grand final, and today he's been able to tear the game open, whether that be through ruck or through defence, and it's been a remarkable performance from him.
Just one key area of the ground, I think probably Silvan are really doing well in is the forward half. You can see Lowe's kick 3, Ficarelli's kick 3. Both have looked really dangerous. But then you look at Oakleigh without Bosnich down there. Warren stood up, but he does seem to mark the ball pretty far up the ground in the forward half.
Yep. And
obviously he did kick a really strong goal from pretty much the 50-metre line, but you can't rely on kicking all your goals there. It's a much tougher ask. So they do need to certainly get the ball further down where Warren's in a much more a better position to score from.
Well, I've noticed that they've had Daniel Kirby down there to try and be that man leading out of the goal score. We just haven't seen him that much, and perhaps just isn't getting into the right positions. Maybe not clicking as well with the midfield as Bozanic does so well. And Warren, I feel like he's just playing the role that he usually does, moving up the ground and doing what he usually does when Bozanic is there. Perhaps that just needs to change, and maybe Kirby can be the one to work his way up the ground and work his way into the game as well.
I definitely think so. As well. And we've seen how he can take a mark very high up as well. He's an absolute giant, is Jacob Warren, and I can't imagine what him and Zach Bozanic look like in the same forward line. They're literally the twin towers of Bozanic and Warren, and they need to be utilising him more. Need to be throwing him a bit further forward if they are to get back into this game.
So where do they get back into this game? Can you see it happening? We saw last week they had a big last quarter, six goals, I think, in a row. So obviously they're capable of scoring quickly, but it's got to happen quick, because a couple more goals here to Silvan in the start of the third quarter and this game's over.
I think so. There's definitely the talent there. One other thing that they should do as well, though, Oakleigh District, they've got to be utilising Ryan Pearson, and obviously Blake needs to be using himself a lot more. I've seen footage of Ryan Pearson and the composure that he has on that left foot.
They found plenty of the ball that quarter too.
Yeah, it's on the same level as his brother Blake. You've got composure on the left, and you've got composure on the right from the Pearson brothers, I say. So it's such a weapon to have. They need to be utilising that more, I reckon.
Yeah, certainly right. Let's look at some of the scores around the grounds here. Baldwin back in front at Cheong Park, 6-7-43 to the Dogs, 5-5-35. Out at East Ringwood Reserve, it's Doncaster East 8-8-56, leading East Ringwood 8-3-51. First update at Edwin Flack Reserve, Roeville 4-8-32, lead Berwick 2-2-14. Blackburn getting themselves back into the game out at Moreton Park. They trail 5-3-35 to Norwood 7-5-47, so a much better second quarter there for them. Doncaster led by 10 points earlier on against Noel Park, having an update since there. Out at Vermont Recreation Reserve, the Eagles 6-4-40 lead Park Orchards 4-5-29. We'll jump into Division 1, Mooroolbark 4-3-27 lead South Belgrave 2-2-14. No update from Croydon for a while. Down at Home Park Reserve, we chatted with Blake Tennant there, with Montrose leading. Haven't had an update since quarter time at Wantirna South. The last one there, 6-1-37 to 1-1-7 Lilydale. And North Ringwood Bayswater 2-3-15 to 1-5-11. That was a quarter time score, so still waiting on that game to hit half time. Jumping into Division 2, Templestowe 6-5-41 lead East Burwood 5-5-35 in a game we thought would be pretty close. Heath might have skipped out to a handy lead here against the Basin, 8-4-52 to the Bears, 4-4-28. Mulgrave 13-3-81 lead Alpha Galley 5-4-34. Very low scoring game out at Tullamore. Boronia 3-3-21 lead Ringwood 1-7-13. Interesting, wonder what the wind situation is down there. Waverley Blues 13-5-83 lead Knox 5-6-36. In this division, in Division 3, Ferntree Galley 9-7-61 lead Coldstream 4-24. Donvale Fair Park 9-12-66 the Magpies to Fair Park 3-10-28. We're going to go to our last break here, and when we're back, the calls will be back for the second half of this Eastland match of the round.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, well, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Oakleigh as we get start for the second half of this one. And at the moment, it's very much one-way traffic in favour of the Cats, the Silvan Cats, with a 37-point lead going into the second half. And, well, they've got a bit to do as we get started for the third quarter. And here's Jared Beanland to bring us in.
So Martin back into the ruck once again. He's done so well there against Ambrose. Gets the tap forward. Hunting it is Smith. Just leaves it behind a little bit. And Ambrose butters up. Takes the ball, but is caught in a tackle. Just a few seconds into this third quarter. Oakleigh District's going to have to make a move here if they're going to get back into this game. Black, he was wrapped up. We'll get another ball up. Bit of a stalemate situation early on. Ambrose and Martin go at it again. Connolly couldn't take it there. And Dobson gets the handball out. Is that holding the ball? It is. Good tackle by Delfonso. As Jared Ambrose was the one wrapped up. So Delfonso is going to go inside forward 50 here for Silvan. Coming out was Lowe, got copped a shove in the back, and that might be a free kick. And Lowe could be going for his fourth right here. Kick 1 in the first quarter, 2 in the second.
I reckon he put a bit of mayo on that, but the may have been there.
So we've got, I think that's Cardamone. Is he taking the mark? No, that was the replay, my bad. So in comes Lowe on the fourth. On for his fourth goal of the day, and to put Silvan further in front. He's done that well. A good kick, and Silvan get their 10th on the board within 2 minutes of this third quarter starting.
4 goals to Lowe in just over a half of football, so he's been very prominent down there for Silvan. Not the start that Oakleigh Districts wanted, but there's still half a game of football to go.
That's right. It has to happen soon. It has to happen now. Another goal, and I would say it's pretty much done. It's just they've got to get the ball out of the midfield at the moment, which they've really struggled with in the clearances.
Yeah.
So just waiting for the ball to come back. Ryan, have you got any scores for us just while we wait?
Just in Division 4, in touch at half-time. Surrey Park 110-44. Nick Cairn has 7 goals 3. Forest Hill lead Churnside Park 60-23. That's probably the big surprise there.
Okay.
And scores to be 70-9 against Crew North Hemlock.
Interesting stuff. So the throw up in the middle, bit of a 0-0 draw, but it was Pearson who got the tap. Now the ball's on the ground. Wheeling around was Black. He gets it the kick forward. It's about sort of centre half forward. Ball on the ground again. Mostly picked up there, and the whistle's gone.
Too high.
High tackle. So the umpire says we'll have a free kick. Going the way of the Oakleigh District side, who desperately need to get a couple of early ones here in this third term. On the boot of Kirby, goes inside 50, up they fly, but you can see all the Cats defenders back there, plenty of them, as the ball is on the ground, and trying to get his hands on it there at the bottom of that. It was Bonfordini, I think, but the umpire says we'll have I think it was McKenzie, and we'll have another ball up. So a bit of a stalemate at the start of this third quarter. Up it goes again, taken out of the ruck there without any problem at all by Kirby. For the first time today, Bonfadini gets it forward out towards the wing. Bouncing around over there, taken away there by Del Alfonso. It's on the ground again. Very untidy start to this third term as the ball comes out. Now they can go inside 50 Oakleigh District. How's the kick? Not very good. And it's cut off there by Pearson. And, sorry, not by Pearson, by Martin. As they come forward again, Silvan, out towards the far side of the ground. And it will bounce out of play over there on the far side. And the margin remains at 33 points, early stages of the third term.
Update at Premier Division, Doncaster 31, Trail Noble Park 40.
So back into play here. So Oakleigh District's really going to need to make that move soon, start throwing some punches. Otherwise this game will slip out of their grasp. Begley in the ruck there against Ambrose. Buries his way in there, Begley. Gets tackled by Black and we'll have another ball up.
I must say, boys, when you don't notice the umpires, it means they're doing a good job, and I think they've been excellent today.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, nothing, no howlers, nothing necessarily I would have picked out from the first couple of quarters. Yeah. So another ball up here. Begley gets the tap down. Ambrose trying to wrench it free. Oh, they've managed to do so, Silvan. Good kick towards the forward 50 now from that clearance. No intercept mark taken. Bissell's tackled. And now Oakleigh District's trying to send it away. Just a kick and hope there. And it was cut off by Mackenzie. So Silvan to go back inside forward 50. Who's the target down there? Is it Bissell's? No. It fell out of his hands. Lynch is there. And we'll get another ball up in the forward line for Silvan. Bit of a slow start, except for that one goal to Lowe. Bit of a slow start to this third quarter. Ambrose goes up, taps it down. Webb gets the handball out, but it was cut off by D'Alfonso. He was tackled out of it. Turnbull. Good pressure there by Oakleigh District. And the whistle's gone. Has it gone over the boundary line? I think it might have. Hawkins tried to stroll away with the ball, but didn't. Oh, it was actually a free kick there to Silvan. So Turnbull directing traffic for a second here. Doesn't look like he's going to go for goal from his hand gestures, but he might actually be going for it. Opens up the angle, gets the kick towards home, and it's another one for Silvan. Turnbull gets a much-deserved goal on the board here. He's had a great game so far, and some reward for effort.
He looked up and there was nobody moving in or out of the square, so he just thought, I'm going to do this myself, and he's run past the guy on the mark and kicked the ball from 35 metres out.
He knew he could do it, so Silvan go to 11-6-72. Oakleigh District's 3-5-23. We're 6 minutes gone here in this third quarter.
Not looking good for Oakleigh Districts, boys. You know, they've conceded 2 goals in this. A quarter that they had to get goals on the board early.
Yeah, had to start quickly and they just haven't.
Yeah, no, so they haven't.
Turnbull's goal, a definite contender for the Tobin brothers goal of the day. It was a ripper. They've had probably, I reckon, 3 good contenders for that, so it might be interesting. We'll have to go to the judges a bit later. Up it goes. Ball comes out of the ruck. Going back there and getting his hands on it was Webb, who's been really good for Oakleigh District. He's been one of their better players, and he manages to come away with the ball. He gets it forward. But the next part's the ball they need, the handball inside. Nicely done by Pearson of the Blake variety. Here's a chance, the shot at goal from his brother. And Ryan's put it through. That's better play from Oakleigh District. And that's what they need. So Ryan Pearson, off his brother's hand pass, puts it through. Good goal. But they've got a bit of... They've still got a lot to do, but 72 plays 29 as we go boundary side.
And that's one player that I said needed to step up in this second half. Ryan Pearson, his composure off that left foot is quite remarkable, and it was on show there. He needs to be utilised more by his brother Blake, I reckon.
So the quality is starting to come to the fore here for Oakleigh Districts. If they can continue to do that, get their hands into the key players, then they might just be able to claw some consolation back from this one. If not, get themselves into the game properly.
Get within 5 goals at three-quarter time, you can sort of make the case, but
they can score quickly, as we saw against Whitehorse.
They certainly can, but certainly need consecutive goals.
So Ambrose to go back up against Martin. What a duel it's been today. Black, who's been thrown into the centre, gets the handball out into space, but it's tracked by Lynch. Couldn't handle it, however, and Heath is going to try and fight his way to the front position. Takes the ball, trying to get into space. Eludes one tackle, gets the handball out to a free player in Webb. They're working in a phone box here, Oakleigh District, but the kick comes out towards Bonacci. Trent Martin was able to intercept. Bonacci's going to end up with it anyway. Hands it off to Blake Pearson. He gets a handball into space. Now it's Kogan. Kick inside forward, 50 here for Oakleigh District. Couldn't quite take the mark, Warren. So ground level, it's Heath. Gets it out to Warren. High ball towards goal there. This is Heath, in fact. He was tackled, maimed there by the Silvan defence. It was Daniel Brown doing a good job there, and Silvan will rebound. This is Coventry to search for options here. He goes out wide. Dixon just under the scoreboard. Little less frantic ball movement here from Silvan when compared to Oakleigh Districts, but still didn't come off well as it trickles over the boundary line.
And well done there, Coventry, just to take the mark, just settle things down, because they were under pressure quite a bit in their back half.
So plenty of endeavour from the Oakleigh District side. They've got a bit of work to do on the scoreboard. Nicely done there out of the ruck as the ball is knocked down. They're getting plenty of it. Now it's that man Webb who's played particularly well for Oakleigh District. Goes down the line, tries to find a target, but there's only Silvan players back there. One of those is Bonfardini, who sends it up the line and bouncing around, probably going to see over the boundary, and it is over there on the far side as the sun continues to come down.
Score check with Ryan.
Yeah, update at Croydon Oval at half-time. Croydon 3-4-22 to Mitcham 4-8-32, and One Turner South 9-4-58 lead Lilydale 5-3-33.
Thank you, Rhino. As the ball gets hooked back in, up they fly. Nicely done there by Martin, who's been one of the standouts in the ruck for Silvan, as we said. Now they go forward. Inside 50, how's the mark? Great mark. Coming out and taking it there. Is that...
that's low, I think.
Low, again. I think, again. Yep.
And all credit goes to Tyson McKenzie. He's the one that picked the ball up on the cricket pitch and delivered a beautiful kick down there to the forwards.
So Lowe's already kicked forward today, and you wouldn't back against him getting number 5 here. In fact, I reckon you could almost put your house on it. Here he comes. Here's the kick from Lowe.
Just lost your house. Good thing I don't have a house.
Just lost your house, Brett. Better tell Ange.
I knew that would happen, so it's gone through from...
You give a guy a rap and what's he do to you, Brett, eh?
I'm living at a tent tonight, I tell you. I think it's 73-29. Big score, let's go boundary side.
That is the definition of a jinx and a commentator's curse right there, Besto.
Coventry, sorry, not Coventry, it was Connolly to take the kick in. It's just going to fade harmlessly towards the boundary line. So
out on the full.
Yeah, out on the full even. So a little less purpose here, Oakleigh District, coming out of defence as they had in the first quarter and in the second quarter for sure. McKenzie, he's going to open up that right boot, see who he can find down. Lynch was there. Bissels was the target. He's been thrown forward here. Tackled. Tyson Bissels.
That was a beautiful kick by Tyson McKenzie, and that's been one of his characteristics right through his long career at Silvan. He has kicked the ball a long, long way.
He's made use of the smaller dimensions of this ground to make find full impact with that kick. So up goes Bissels, gets the tap down. Cardamone just lost it as soon as he had it. Lynch trying to find his way to his feet, get the handball out into a dangerous position, but it was all Oakleigh for a second. Fighting for it there is Dylan Hilton, who just got a poke in the eye, I think. Didn't like it there from Schmidt. And it looks like it's going to be a free kick to Hilton. Finds the man with the handball. Last line of defence it was for Oakleigh. And Blake Pearson will take the relieving mark. Going to switch it up and find the corridor here. Coach's orders, no doubt. Well, it was the coach's kick, so Kogan gets it out to Hawkins, who's done well, but not in that situation. He just gave it up in the tackle. Oakleigh District retain the ball, however. That was well done. Yeah. So going forward, Stoyanovsky it was. Bonacci the target in a one-on-one situation, but the boundary line beats them again, and he is not happy about that. He really didn't like the boundary umpire. The boundary umpire's call in that one. Gives a yell out. And
I love how he turns and look at the umpire who's about 30 metres away.
Yeah. It's not the man who made the call, mate.
You can see it. So the boundary umpire to throw it in. Getting the front spot there was Martin, and he's knocked it straight out of bounds over there on the far side. So as the sun continues to stream down here at Oakleigh, the margin is still quite sizable, 44 points. But plenty of time still to go. We've got about a quarter and a half, 12 minutes gone in this third term. As the ball comes in, Steinhager got it away. Now the kick, funny little kick forward, into the hands there of Kogan. Now they go forward again, Oakleigh District.
Oh.
That's a great grab taken there by Kirby. He's done some good things today. Yeah. Hasn't been hugely dominant, but he's done what he has to do. And
kicked the goal in the second quarter. He's done a job down there.
He will go back and line up and try and ease further into this margin. As the sun continues to stream across the ground, turn into a really nice day. So here he comes, Kirby. And see how he goes. Got to kick this to give Oakleigh District a little bit of hope, and it's a funny old kick right across the face. Ball still in, can they get it? No, it's been rove nicely off the back line. And Silvan will bring it out again. Little handball, or funny little poke forward. Goes into the hands, it was Brown it was. Now they're going to come back again. Good work there by Steinhager, down the line. Little ball back inside Pearson. Pearson goes inside 50, and the mark is taken. And it's at man again.
Yeah.
Kirby, he's going to get another opportunity.
So every time Oakleigh District go forward with some sort of method, it's one of the Pearsons that does it. You know, they're just class above the rest of them.
Yeah, they've certainly had a big influence on this game. So Kirby, he's got to kick this one. He's right out in front, probably about, what, 20 metres, 25 metres, and he's missed.
Had to kick that one.
They really are shooting themselves in the foot here, Oakleigh District, as that goes through for a minor score. I reckon Evan I can kick that one. 73 to 30, 43-point margin, and we've had 14 minutes third term.
So back into play here with Steinhager. Hilton is going to set himself, and he's taken a good intercept mark there. Much to the dismay of Bissels, who was on the floor. So Hilton sends Oakleigh District forward once again. They're having a bit more of the play here. The Districts, the home team. Webb just recovers the ball at ground level, gets the handball out into space, but Dixon was the one. He was rode like a bull there by Simon Black. Taken to the ground, and we'll have a ball up. So back up we go. Del Prat to take ruck duties for Oakleigh District. Taps it down. Good tackle there laid by Black once again. And it was Schmidt at the bottom of the pack there. 73 to 30 on the Bandigo Bank scoreboard. Silvan lead Oakleigh District here in this third quarter. Trying to get it out there, but not doing so. I think might have been... Yep, no idea. Oh, it was Pearson. Ryan Pearson it was. Trent Martin gets the tap down there. Connolly tackled. Lost handle of it, but Martin recovered it there for Silvan. Kicks it into the center of the ground. Tracking it now. This is Stoyanovski. Just gets... it sat for him well. He gets a kick towards Pearson. He was beaten to it, however, by Coventry. Got a handball away. It's bouncing around there for Silvan. Oakleigh District players close in. One of them is Hamish Heath. And he gets a
free kick, too high
there,
tackle.
too high. And so Hamish Heath is going to attempt to find Oakleigh District's path forward. 73 to 30 on the scoreboard. Oakleigh District's really needing some goals on the board soon. Warren goes over the top, gets the handball away. This is Bonacci. Just gets a kick inboard. It was not 15, so Heath had to play on with it. And sweeping it away once again, Silvan. Who's going to take the mark here at half forward for Silvan? Bissels is going to track it. He was set upon by two players there for Oakleigh District, and it's going to be a ball up in Silvan's forward line.
So a bit lucky there, Oakleigh, as Silvan threatened to get a goal which may have put the game out of reach. But Ryan sort of mentioned before about 5 goals at three-quarter time. You'd give them a shout, so they need probably, you would think, 2 more in the remaining time. As it's wheeling around there is Lynch, and Lynch snaps for goal, but he's off target.
Yep.
And in fact, he's missed everything, and it's gone out of bounds, so we'll have a throw in right forward pocket.
Score centre with Ryan Long.
Update at East Ringwood Reserve. East Ringwood now 11-6-72. Lead Doncaster 8-8-56. Lions haven't scored this quarter. Rowville 4-9-33. Lead Berwick 5-2-32. And then Baldwin out to a 21-point lead over South Croydon. So
Pilchard, as he brings the ball back in, chips it across the face of goals mark in the opposite pocket. Now it's Ho for Oakleigh District. They've shown plenty of endeavour, but they just haven't been able to get the reward on the scoreboard. It'd be interesting to see the inside 50s because they've had some opportunities, but it just has broken down when they've gone inside 50 a few times as the tackle is made.
Brett, I think the difference is their disposal. They're not 100% on hitting their targets.
No, probably a fair call, Ray, because they have, as I say, been inside there a few times. As the ball comes out from Martin, the shot for goal, and it's going to go through for a minor score. So another opportunity missed. As the umpire signals, so 74 to 30. It's waiting for the scoreboard to tick over. Maybe it's already ticked over. 11-7-73 to 4-6-30 after 17 in the third term.
You got it right the first time, Basto. It actually is 11-8-74. So
it took ages to turn over.
Oakleigh District's kick in didn't really eventuate in much, and we'll have another ball in. So 11-8-74 to 4-6-30. Oakleigh District's just starting to stall here a little bit. unfortunately. Silvan definitely taking control. So we're just waiting for the ball to come back in here. Took a little bit of time to recover it. And back in we are. Del Pra goes over the top of Martin, gets the tap down to Webb. And so Oakleigh District are going to wheel and go. He crashed into his own brother there, did Blake Pearson. Tried to get the handball away. Hits hard there on the follow-up effort. That was well done by Blake, but Silvan will retain the ball. Smith. And now this is Dixon. Dodges one player, gets the kick inside forward 50. Begley is the target. He went up, couldn't take the mark. Stoyanovski ran into trouble. And the umpire's called a free kick here by the sounds of things.
I think she's going to ball it up.
Yeah, she might have ball. Yep, she might actually ball it up there, which is an interesting call because it didn't look like there was any actual stop in play. So I'm not sure what the situation there is. Looks like it is a ball up. So dangerous position here for Silvan. They could get a kick out of nowhere here and score another goal. Ficarelli, he's going to hunt it, but it was Black first to it. Tackled there by Lynch.
He put his head down and charged. That should have been ball. So
the umpire's going to come in, ball it up instead. Despite the protests of our commentator, Brett Beston. So up goes Del Pra. Tried to tap it down. It's an absolute scrum in there. Plenty of players around the ball. Del Pra farms it out. Silvan will try and take advantage here through Delfonso, but he was taken in a tackle by two different players there. And we'll have another ball up.
He's had a big afternoon, Delfonso, and it's a really strong start to the season as well, and no exception today, being one of their real key players in the midfield.
He's fast. He's a live wire. I've been impressed by watching him. Yeah, absolutely. So hunting it here is Rhodes. And he's got time and space here to get the kick. It was just a little too wide there for Heath. He's going to recover it. Endures the tackle. That was very well done. Got the handball away. And a mark now taken by Morgan. Gets the pass off to the running player in Hawkins. One-on-one situation here for Kirby. Nearly took a miraculous one-hander. Couldn't hold on to it, however. And so taking it away there was Bonfadini. It's going to come back here if Ryan Pearson is able to keep his feet. He didn't. Black was there to help out. Got it back to Ryan Pearson. It's bouncing around now, and Mackenzie took advantage there of Oakleigh District sluggishness to handle the ball. So, Turnbull took the mark in the centre of the ground. Bessels was the target of that kick. Couldn't take it out in front, but followed up his work there. Turned around, got the kick towards the boundary line. Oakleigh District, can they rebound with it? No. And we'll get a ball in just on the outer side. We've ticked into time on here in the third quarter. It's Silvan 11-8, 74 to Oakleigh District 4-6-30 at Princess Highway Reserve on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So Silvan got it very much on their own terms at the moment as the ball is thrown in. Up they fly on the ruck. Bissell's might have got the tap to Martin. Little handball over the top. Now they go inside 50, Silvan. As the kick, it's not marked. Good work there by Hawkins. Got tackled, but he got it away, and I think that's Bissell's who has a snap at goal. And that's another miss. So they've had some opportunities to really put this game to bed, Silvan, but with a 45-point lead, they're probably not too concerned. 75-30, 21 minutes played in this third term.
Yeah, well, even if no one kicks a goal here for the next 5 minutes, still a win for the Cats.
Exactly right, Ryan. Here's the ball as a shot at goal from, that's gone through, I think. I didn't pick up the player, boys. Is it Ficarelli?
We'll have a look at the replay.
Watch the replay. There is the player picking it up there. And no, I'm none the wiser, but it's a goal.
Oh, there's a yellow card as well.
Oh, there is too.
Be interesting to see what that was. We'll see if the boys on the boundary line can tell me what actually happened there.
It's Blake, I think, he's got the yellow card.
Coming off, it's a bit of a concern for Oakleigh.
Did you pick up the goal kicker, boys?
I think it was Turnbull. I think so. I'm not sure.
Not too sure
I think it was
either.
Turnbull myself.
But yeah, there was a bit after. I think one of the Oakleigh players went up to Lachlan Lynch and I think gave him a bit of a jumper push. I'm not too
we'll have to check that goal kick.
And they get a free kick too.
Well, there's a free kick from the centre of the ground. So Silvan to try and work it out here, and it's going to come back here. So bit of confusion, bit of consternation, bit of controversy here at Princes Park Reserve.
Simon Blake off to the naughty corner. That won't help Oakleigh District's hopes.
No, it shan't. So, unfortunate situation there. Undisciplined, however, from Oakleigh District to have that happen. So Trent Martin is the one to take the free kick from the centre of the ground. He's gone back a long way. If I didn't know better, I'd think he's gone for a shot there, but
it's almost in the car park.
So up goes the pack there in the forward line for Silvan. It was taken away pretty quickly by Ambrose for Oakleigh Districts. Heath takes the mark, so he's going to wheel around, search for some options. What's his disposal going to be like? Steps around a player, gets the handball off to Pearson, and his kick is uncharacteristically wayward, and Trent Martin set himself up really well to take the intercept, and he's going to hand it back there to Bonfadini, who's just searching for Mackenzie and just overcooked the kick a little bit, so Connolly can run onto it for the Districts. Gets the handball inboard to Hawkins, shares it now with Pearson, and his kick again uncharacteristic. It was Blake this time, and his kick was cut off there by Dixon. So Silvan to march forward again. Smith.
Boundary.
Let's go quickly down to the boundary line with Josh Ward.
It was Lachlan Lynch who kicked that last goal for the Cats.
Lachlan Lynch, thank you for that work, Wardy. And good contest there between Walker and Webb, but it all came for naught as the ball trickled over the boundary line on the outer side.
We'll jump into some score updates. Montrose 54-33 over Beaconsfield, so a big lead there in Division 1. In Division 2, Mulgrave very comfortable over Upper Ferntree Gully. Waverley Blues 114-42 against Knox.
So Turnbull it is who gets the ball forward. Hawkins is over there though, does well to spoil it. Gets it to a teammate who chips it forward, and the mark is taken there by Pearson of the Ryan variety.
Oh.
Dangerous kick inside, and Silvan might turn this over, but it's still there for 44 is Rhodes, but he's turned it over now. It's a bit of a very messy period of play. And here they come forward again, Silvan, as they slam it inside 50. Can someone get on the end of it? Almost. Mark taken there by Lowe. He's already kicked 4 now. Bissell's onto the left foot, and I reckon that's gone through. It has. So that's an absolute killer blow. Dylan Bissell was just taking it off the... it was good work by Lowe. He did all the hard work, and Bissell's there just the front and centre. Picked up the ball, snapped it on the left foot, and that's gone through for his first of the game.
I just have to say, all credit there to Matteo Delfonso. He endured 2 tackles from Oakleigh District in the middle of the ground. It was his kick that took them inside 50, a good long one, and they can trust their forwards up there, Silvan.
So Bissell puts it through. It's 87-30 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we head down to the boundary.
Matthew Stojanowski has just come off a little ginger fella, so we'll keep a close eye on that one.
Yeah, he's right in front of the van here, and he's looking pretty worse for wear. Stojanowski. So up they go. Ambrose gets the tap down. Following it up, Oakleigh District, they weren't able to handle it, so Smith is going to track it. He's got a bit of space to work in until Ambrose tackled him. Great tackle by Jared Ambrose. That's got to be holding the ball. I'm surprised that it wasn't. So Mackenzie recovered it for Silvan. Got it out to Begley. Connolly stole it from that handball, but in turn turned it over to Walker. So Silvan go forward again. No mark taken there. Simon Hawkins was there. Rhodes was the target of the handball. He tackled Bissell's, however. Hilton for Oakleigh Districts got the kick down the line, and Webb takes the mark. Chaotic period of play there as Webb tries to slow it down. Nearly overcooked the kick there to Bonacci, but he was able to make it look good. Took the outstretched overhead mark, switched the ball up towards the corridor. Taking the mark now is Ryan Pearson. Used the ball well so far today, as you'd expect. His kick inside forward 50. Kirby was the target, came off hands. Heath nearly capitalised. Steiniger at ground level. Got a quick kick out of defence there, and the intercept mark's been taken by Dylan Hilton. Didn't like the attention he got from Delfonso. So is he going to send it long, or is he going to go the shorter option? He was in 2 minds there, but sends it long in the end, and Steiniger comes across and takes an impressive intercept mark. Jesse Owen looks a little worse for wear on the ground there, as Steiniger gets the kick towards Bissell's. It's Oakleigh District with a lot of numbers out there on the outer wing as the ball trickles over. Let's go to the score centre with Ryan Long.
Just an update out at Warrandyte Reserve. Warrandyte back in front, 6-11-47 to Whitehorse 6-5-41.
Oh, good game out there. So 27 minutes played, so there shouldn't be too much longer to go in this third term. And it's been Silvan who have increased their half-time lead. 87-30, they lead by 57. And for all their endeavour. Oakleigh just haven't been able to make any inroads. Now they go inside 50. Can they grab a late one? Plenty of defenders back there as the ball is at ground level. And it'll be a ball up, I'd say. That's not going to come out anytime soon. So umpire to throw it up. Sting gone out of this one a wee bit, but Oakleigh still got a bit to play for. They just need to possibly try and just win the last turn. Have a good quarter and finish off well as the ball goes up. Coming over the top there, well done was Steiniger. As the ball is out towards the boundary, 1-on-1. Nicely done there by Heath. He's played a right for Silvan, and the ball is out of bounds over there on the far side. So umpire to throw it in. 28.5 played, so towards the end of this third term. And it goes, and what on cue there is the three-quarter time siren. And it's been another term where the Cats have really got the dominance, or showed their dominance, and they lead now 13-9, 87 to 4-6-30. Is my co-commentator, of course, Jared Beanland with the major goal kickers.
So for Oakleigh District, we have just the one major goal kicker with Jacob Warren. He has 2. Looking over at Silvan, however, Matt Lowe with 4 has done an excellent power of work today, and Justin Fickerley with 3, no surprise there.
In that quarter, Silvan kicked 4 goals 3 to Oakleigh District's 1 goal 1. There were certain stages in that quarter where Oakleigh Districts were good. They controlled the play for several minutes, but at the end they turned the ball over. I think the main difference between the two sides is the disposal of each team.
Yep. Absolutely right, Ray. So in the three-quarter time break, as we go to the three-quarter time break, it's Silvan right on top out here. It's 13-9, 87 to 4-6-30. Time for a break, and then we'll come back and bring you the final quarter after these messages.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Princess Highway Reserve as we get set for the start of this fourth term, but it's the Silvan Cats right on top at the moment, 87, 13-9, 87 to 4-6-30. And, well, can Oakleigh District come back in this last term? You wouldn't think so, but they've got a bit of work to do, and maybe just to get some pride. And as we were just speaking about off air, though, you know, they haven't been bad. They've shown signs, but they just haven't been able to finish. As we go to the score centre with Ryan Long.
Yeah, a couple of updates here. Baldwin 69 to South Croydon 42 there at three-quarter time. East Ringwood hold a 13-point lead over Doncaster East. It is all tied at Edwin Flack Reserve. Berwick and Roeville. Roeville very inaccurate, 5 goals 10 to 6-4. Haven't had an update at Norwood yet for a while. They led by 14 points at half-time. Still waiting for an update in the Doncaster and Vermont games. We'll jump into Division 1. Montrose 61 to 33, Beaconsfield. So really stretching their lead out. Bit of a fight back from Lilydale. They trail by 20 points to Wantirna South. As we go boundary side to Josh Ward.
Yeah, I've still got the Silvan assistant coach with me, Adrian. Adrian, a really strong third quarter once again. What have you made of the points in general in this game?
Oh, look, it's just good all around. Like, everyone's sort of playing their role. You know, the backmen have been tight, down back, not giving them an inch. You know, through the midfield, we just try to sort of stop their run through the midfield. You know, because they're really cutting us up with that short kick, but we sort of got on top there, and forwards started to play into their roles and get shots on goal, and yeah, get on top of the game then.
And, you know, you've the magnet a little bit. Tyson Bissell's been thrown up for it. Just how pleased are you with that versatility of some of your players?
Yeah, it's good. We've tried Tyson a little bit this year up forward, so it just does give us that option, you know, when we can cover him down back with other players, and we know he's strong overhead, so when you throw him there, he's always going to take a good defender, and it frees up our other smaller forwards that can sort of come into the game. So.
And what was the final message from Trent heading into this quarter?
Oh, we just run it out. We don't want to give them anything. You know, we run the game out and make sure we sort of come out, you know, healthy winners, and yeah, sing the song well.
Thank you, Adrian, for your time today. Good luck for the final quarter.
No worries. Thanks, mate.
Thanks there, Josh. We'll jump back into a few more scores here. As I was saying, Lilydale, a bit of a fight back. Trailed by 20 points there at three-quarter time. Game not over. They've got the Wood over Wantirna South in recent history. Mulgrave come to a lead over Upper Ferntree Gully, similar with the Waverley Blues over Knox. In Division 3, Ferntree Gully 11-11-77, lead Coldstream 5-2-32. Down at Fair Park Reserve, bit of a fight back from the line, 7-11-53, trail Donvale 10-13-73. Warrandyte out to a 13-point lead at three-quarter time there. And then in Division 4, Scoresby 98-point lead over Croydon North Emlock, and Surrey Park 128 to Nuttall 58. So bit of an okay game there for the Lions. You thought it probably could have been a 100-point win with the way both sides have been performing recently, so good to see them performing well.
Not too bad indeed there from Nunawading as the umpire holds the ball aloft. Here's Brett Beston to get us underway for the final quarter.
So last quarter it was Warren against Martin, bit of a 0-all draw. In fact, there was quite a bit of holding there in the middle, and the umpires found the free kick, and it's going to go the way of Warren to start the term. So Oakleigh District, can they strike early? Here is the big fella, puts it onto the boot. Kicks to about half forward, in fact probably a little bit longer than that, but gets over the top, ball on the ground. Everyone diving on it there, and it's a little snap at goal, and what's happened? It's gone out of bounds, I think.
No.
Just waiting for the signal. Yep, just out of bounds, so I thought that was the case. So we'll have a throw in right forward pocket.
Just got an update out at Tormore Reserve. It is Ringwood in front, 5-9-39 to the Hawks, 4-12-36.
Interesting score. It's a good tackle.
Inaccurate kicking in that one by Baronia.
They kicked 1 goal 9 that quarter.
Oh, my word. Goal kicking practice on Tuesday night as the ball is going to be thrown up again inside 50. Here's the ball on the ground going, and there was Webb. He's been pretty good. In fact, that's Webb. No, that's not Webb. That's Dobson now. Dobson. In fact, it's going to come back.
The boundary line beat him to it, I think.
So a very stop-start to this fourth quarter. No one knows what's going on. There's just mass confusion out there.
Hamish Heath doesn't know who to give it to here. Which umpire is going to take it? Looks like it's the boundary one.
So in the end, we are going to have the throw-in. As confused as the next man. And so the umpire to throw it in, and the clouds starting to roll in here. There was some rain forecast about 4 o'clock, but we've been pretty lucky today. As the ball gets right over the top, knocked away. Here's a shot at goal from Webb, and it's going to go through. It's gone through, has it? Just wait for the umpire. No, he's hit the power. Okay, so that's gone through for a point. So one more to the Oakleigh District total. They've got to take all their chances in this last term, but they trail 87-31, and we're a couple of minutes into the last term.
Let's go to the score centre with Ryan Long.
A couple of three-quarter time updates in. Norwood still lead 9-5-59 to Blackburn 7-5-47, and Vermont 9-7-61 lead Park Orchards 4-5-29.
Really good intercept mark taken there by a small man in Luke Rhodes. Finds the left boot, back inside forward 50 for Oakleigh District. Kirby couldn't quite take the mark there, so taking it away was Coventry. His kick was cut off, however, by Hilton. Hilton finds a little chipping option there into the pocket, and coming out to meet it was Heath.
They've got to kick a goal here. They've had the ball inside their forward 30, not 50, for the last 2.5 minutes of the quarter.
How many times have we said that, though? They've missed so many opportunities, haven't they?
They have.
So Heath to make sure that this opportunity doesn't go begging. It goes straight into the goal square, but a good mark by Kirby. Saves the embarrassment of Hamish Heath, because he really should have kicked that one at least a little bit longer than he did. Kirby over the head takes a good mark, and he'll go back and almost definitely slot Oakleigh District's 5th for the game, his own 2nd.
He'll tell everyone after the game he meant that.
That was a very strong pack mark, wasn't it?
And he did kick the goal, and that was good stuff by Kirby. Let's go down to the
start they wanted, but they've got to follow it up with the next one.
Let's go to the boundary line with Jaden Adolph.
Look at the radar, boys. It's getting really crisp out here. I think about 15 to 20 minutes time, towards the end of the quarter, we'll find a little bit of rain.
Looks a bit that way. It's getting very dark out there, as often is the case out in the Eastern Footy Netball League. We get into the last quarter and things start to get a bit gloomy, but hopefully we'll get through as the umpire gets set to throw it back up. So 50 points the margin. Up it goes. Bodies on it, and nicely one out of the middle there by Warren as the ball is knocked forward, chasing back there, trying to get his hands on it as Ho. He picks it up, but he's got wrapped up on the ground, and that's a stalemate well and truly, if ever I saw one. Tackle there from Mackenzie. He's been one of Silvan's better players today, and we'll have a ball up. Umpire throws it up quickly. It was like no one was ready. Warren. Now it's Silvan. They'll come back inside 50 again. There's the kick. Oh, good mark. Coming out and meeting it there was Lowe, and he's going to go back and try and kick 1, 2, 3, 5. His 5th of the day.
Gee. D'Alfonso had so much time and space from that clearance. It was like there was no Oakleigh District players even acknowledged his existence.
So he's already key. He had 17 coming into this game low, so if he kicks this one, it'll be 6. It'll be 23 for the season. There's the kick on its way. I'm not going to say anything. You don't want to moz him, and he's missed it anyway, so can't blame me that time. As the ball goes on the score.
Just an update. Templestowe 7-9-51 lead East Burwood 6-7-43.
So let's go to the boundary.
And on here because the clouds are coming over at a rapid rate, so look out. It's going to be a little bit strange this last quarter.
The light meters will be out soon.
Rug up, boys, on the boundary line. So Bissell's ends up with it here from the kick in from Oakleigh Districts. We're out on the forward side of the wing for Silvan. Handball went forward but was cut off. Good tackle on Stoyanowski. Good to see he's back on the ground. But he was the one that wore it in that situation from Dixon, so we'll have a ball up. Oakleigh Districts playing for pride here at this point, I would say, given the margin at this point. Warren gets the tap down. Interesting to see him thrown into the ruck. Ho trying to farm it out. Good tackle left. Oh, goodness me. The man who was tackled was on the ground, currently being tackled, and got the handball out to Connolly, who was wrapped up in the end. Someone's in pain down there. I think it's Stoyanowski again. He's helped to his feet and looks okay, actually. False alarm there. Warren goes for it there in the ruck. Tries to go again. Good second effort, but was tackled. Let's go to the score centre with Ryan.
Three-quarter time out at Croydon Oval. Croydon 6-7-43 hanging in there against Mitcham 8-10-58.
Good stuff there. So Warren gets the tap down again. It comes back to him once again. Tried to get the kick away. It was stifled, however. Oakleigh District not perturbed by that and go forward anyway. Heath tried to take the mark, was infringed against instead, so takes the free kick. Trying to wheel and go into the centre of the ground. Took the risk and it didn't come off, so Mackenzie's going to use his boot to send it forward once again. Low the target, couldn't quite take the mark. Ooh. Brought to ground. Good tackle late. It's all Oakleigh District at the moment, but Pilch couldn't handle it. In the end, he got the handball out anyway. He found Ho, And the trickling kick outside of defence for Oakleigh District is going to be swooped upon here. Connolly got the kick forward there to Bonacci. He was tackled, and it might have just gone over the line there. Or in fact, it's going to be, what's the umpire saying? It's going to be a ball up.
5 points in it at Quamby at three-quarter time. North Ringwood lead at Bayswater 41-36.
I predicted that one.
Did you?
Less than a goal, I said.
Nostradamus.
Oh, you did too.
So ball gets sent forward and bouncing out towards the boundary line, and they'll take it across the boundary line in the hands of Jared Ambrose. He's tried hard all day for the Oakleigh District side.
Unfortunately for Oakleigh District, they've been 7.5 minutes gone and they really haven't made any inroads.
No, 51 points behind on the scoreboard. Up it goes into the ruck. Coming through there, they managed to win the hit out, but not the clearance, and Oakleigh District do that. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up again. So probably a few stoppages in this last quarter as players start to tire, and needs the ball up again. Nicely won there by Warren over the top. Ball on the ground. The Cats get it out though. And almost just getting his hands there was Smith, but it's Oakleigh District who have it again. Handball over the top. Nice work there by Webb, who gets it forward inside 50. Going back is Bissell. Bissell, he's in a bit of trouble, but he just steadies, composes himself, and gets a kick to nobody in particular, and it's been turned over into the hands of Bonacci. Funny little stab kick inside. That was one of the Oakleigh District's players, but the mark with the ball up will happen again.
Brett, just on a player you called Den Bissell, he hasn't had a heck of a lot of the ball, but he used it really well when he has had it.
Yeah, agreed. I think he's played really well, Bissell, to be honest.
He's definitely a quality player for Silvan throughout the time here. Coventry gets the kick forward there from the ball up, and it's just an absolute scrap. No clean possession just yet. Smith buries his way in. Webb tackled him, and we'll have a ball up here. Silvan 13-10, 88 to Oakleigh District's 5-7-37 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We're 9 minutes gone in this final quarter as the clouds really start to roll in. So not taking it there, Dixon. Oakleigh District recover it. The handball was aimed at Pearson. That's Ryan. It didn't make it to him, and we'll have another ball up, this time inside Oakleigh District's forward line.
Couple of scores in Division 4. Surrey Park 134 to Nuttawading 71. So within 10 goals, which is all right for the Lions, and scores be 121 to 23 according to North Emlock.
Yeah, you don't mind that for Nuttawading. That's good. So Steiniger gets the kick out of defence, and it's going to bounce over the line, over the fence, and another ball in there on the outer side. It's been the pace of the game has definitely slowed down in the past few minutes. That's for certain. As the ball being recovered there by a spectator on the outer side. Let's go to the boundary line with Josh Ward.
Simon Black has served his time in the naughty corner, as Besto has said, and he's back on the ground.
Not a good player to go missing there for Oakleigh District. So Smith from that clearance gets it forward. Low was the target. Kicks around the corner. One-on-one situation down there. Del Prado did well, but couldn't handle it. And it's Lynch to fire the handball out. Oh. Schmidt with the fresh airy. Saw an opportunity there for a strike on goal from the top of the goal square, but it's sailed harmlessly over the goal line for a point. And Oakleigh Districts will bring it back in. Ryan Long, what scores have you got for us now?
Out at Trams Reserve, Brestow can breathe. 9-12-62 the Bulls. Lead Doncaster 7-1-43.
Yo, Bilty. So Hawkins gets it out. Black, who's just come back onto the ground. I think he's got a free kick, got a chop of the arms. So 89-37, Black. There's a little chiseling kick, nicely done. Mark is taken there by... It's Ho, I think. So just goes down the line, but the whistle's gone. Just a mark, I think. I thought the whistle went before he caught it, but it's Webb. He's been one of Oakleigh District's best players. Can they finish it off? And this has been the problem all day. That looked really promising up until that last kick, and they butcher it, and it's been turned over, but they do get it back. Little snap across the body. Can someone get on the end of it? Once again, plenty of Cats players back there. Taking the ball there was it's Owen, Jesse Owen. And there's a snap at goal, which is missed and gone through for a minor score. So one more to the total. And the margin back to 50 points, 89-39, 11 gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Update out at Tormore Reserve, 5:13. The Hawks trail at Ringwood 6-9.
That's a fascinating game out there at Tormore Reserve. Potentially shaping up to, put the ladder into an interesting perspective.
It'll be their first loss of the year if they get up.
Yeah.
They've got the wood on them. 6 out of the last 7 times, as Josh Ward said earlier. Ringwood.
So Ringwood looking good there. Silvan looking even better.
Boundary.
Not with that kick, though. Let's go to the boundary line with Josh Ward.
Perhaps I should have put Ringwood as my roughie instead of Coldstream this week.
Well, Coldstream.
Speaking of Coldstream.
5-2-32, trail Fentress Gully 14-11-95. So a bit off there, Joshy.
How many goals has Trent Callan got? Is that that's what I want to know.
I don't know. That's a good question.
So Oakleigh District to bring it back into play here, as things have really slowed down at Princess Highway Reserve. Good kick though, inside the forward 50. Dobson escorted it over. We'll get another boundary throw in. Time ticking away. Nearly 13 minutes gone in the final quarter. Silvan 13-11-89 lead Oakleigh Districts 5-8-38. Of course, the goal kickers Matthew Lowe with 4, Justin Ficcarelli with 3. They've done well. And at the bottom of the pack there was Bonfadini. And we'll get yet another ball up. Players starting to cramp up a little bit as the play slows down. More scores with Ryan Long.
Yeah, South Croydon working their way back in the game. 10-7-67, trail Baldwin 12-9-81. And Roval lead by 12 points over Berwick.
Oh.
So Pearson just fights his way out of that pack. Snap on goal, and it's good. Ryan Pearson gets one late on for Oakleigh District. Reward for some good work for him throughout the day. He joins the goal scorers. I missed Daniel Kirby with 2 goals before as I was reading out the goal scorers. So there's another one, and that's Ryan Pearson second as well. So 3 players there with for Oakleigh Districts with 2 goals.
Look, I suppose a bit of credit goes to Oakleigh District because they've had that ball down in their half of the ground for the last 10 minutes or so, and they had to eventually get a goal, and Ryan Pearce has done that. But as I said, just to get back a little bit of respectability. Maybe they're not going to win the game, but they need to answer it with another one pretty quickly.
Exactly what I said before. If they could maybe somehow win this quarter, as the ball goes up, they win it out of the ruck with Ambrose. And they'll go forward again here. Funny old kick out to, in fact, it goes past everybody. Going back there, little handball away there from Pilch. Found a teammate, gets it out. And here they come again, Oakleigh District. Ambrose, chiseling kick into the middle of the ground. Mark is taken. They've done this quite a lot, but it's just when they get to the other end of the ground that they have the problems. Webb gets it back to Pearson. Pearson's kick is intercepted, and there is the turnover. Good mark taken by Martin, who's been terrific today for the Cats. The player coach chips it out wide. Mark taken over there by D'Alfonso. So good win this will be for the Cats. A well-deserved win. It was probably a bit of a touch-and-go game beforehand, but they've done it easily today as the kick goes forward, goes past Cardamone. Haven't caught his name too much today. As the ball is on the ground, and we'll have a ball up, on the far side. Simon Hawkins getting up. He's tried hard all day for Oakleigh Districts.
Just an update at Warrandyte Reserve. 18-point lead there for Warrandyte, so could be on for their second win of the season.
So good stuff there for the Bloods, trying to salvage what they can of this horror start to the season and perhaps make a late push to finals. So Oakleigh District, with Webb combining with Bonacci, find the boundary line once more. 15.5 minutes gone in this final quarter. Silvan with a win here. They're putting pressure on Fentress Gully and Don Vale. At the top of that Division 3 ladder.
Yeah, well, they'll be clear in third now, which is really big for where the club coming into the division. Been really impressive today.
Yeah, and so that kick forward found Hilton. He escorted it over the line. I've been impressed with Silvan this year.
Well, maybe it's taken us just to see him live to really put a bit of respect on their season and where they're sitting at the moment.
Yeah, good point. I think when you don't see a side, you sort of, you see the results and you think, oh, yeah, fair enough, and you kind of just brush it off.
Yep.
But having seen them live today, they have been impressive.
And that game against Don Vale as well was, Don Vale were freakishly accurate as Silvan looked to go forward once again. No mark taken in the forward 50. Ficcarelli taken down in a tackle and taken high. Bit of aggression there late on from Oakleigh District. Silvan didn't like it, but push and shove, and how do you do? But No more than that. Let's go to Josh Ward on the boundary line.
Just watch him go for the snap from here, Justin Vicarelli.
He's not lining up as if he's going to, but I wouldn't be too surprised if he just
He'll run around.
runs around. Yeah.
Never seen a
He's
punt.
deciding
He's done
exactly
it all
what
day,
to do.
so...
Keeping us on our toes, isn't he, Fico? To come in, try and kick his 4th goal. Very deliberate approach. It's a regular drop punt. And it sails out. Well, he should have snapped it because he missed it entirely. But the mark's been taken in the forward line there for Silvan. On that kick. Let's figure out what's going on here, as I think the umpire's trying to control some of the Oakleigh District players being too close to the man taking the kick.
It's been a horribly stop-start last quarter, hasn't it? There's been so much of this. Everyone seems to not know what's going on.
Yeah, indeed.
There's probably been more stoppages in the last quarter than the first 3, actually.
Yeah.
So Lachlan Lynch comes in. He's going to go the check side. And he should have given it back to Ficarelli.
Yeah.
Let's go to the boundary line, I believe.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a surprising decision going for the check side from there, but it's even more surprising, Justin Ficarelli going for a drop punt. I don't think I've ever seen him go for a set shot for a drop punt.
And now into the score centre with Ryan Long.
Yeah, ball and kicked away, 13-9, 87 to South Croydon, 10-9, 69. East Ringwood still with a 9-point lead, so still waiting and see if Doncaster has come back there, and Roval now out to a 24-point lead.
Yeah, a couple of interesting decisions, as you say, boys, but I think the game was a bit closer. We might have seen different methods. Ficarelli might have gone with the around the corner. But just going through the motions somewhat.
Waiting on the football to come back.
Yeah.
While we're waiting, just an update at Home Park Reserve. Montrose 12-10-82 to Beaconsfield 5-3-33. I gave him so much raps in the pre-game and said how reliable they are, and this is a big loss for them. But good statement there by Montrose. Going to chase up a few other scores now. South Belgrave one's the interesting one. Mooroolbark led by 13 early on in that game, but no update from there yet.
The ball's gone missing.
I think that ball's about Caulfield now, down Princess Highway in the back of the truck.
It's bounced out onto the road. One of the cars has taken it up at Princess Highway.
Might be here for a while.
Yeah.
Good time to
keep
update
going
scores.
Yeah, we'll go with the scores,
More
Ryan.
scores, boys.
Still waiting. Doncaster East to kick to goal here, so back to 3 points there at East Ringwood Reserve. Noble Park 23 points up over Doncaster. As we go boundary side with Josh Ward.
I think it actually has gone on to the Princess Highway here, and there's not a lot of cars now, but I think there were a bit before, so that's a bit of a concern if it got picked up by one of those cars. And they're now scrambling to get a footy.
We might have to call the game.
I think they need a new ball.
Josh, if there's a youngster
yellow one.
Josh, if there's a youngster down there with a junior ball, just kick it out onto the ground so we can get on with this game, will you?
Any sort of ball. Anyone got a
Anything,
tennis ball?
I wish I could kick it, but I wouldn't even kick it past the boundary line. I'm that shock of a kick.
Sounds like you're asking Josh to steal the ball off a child.
Exactly.
I don't know if
Come
that
on,
represents us too well in the media team.
And also the rain's coming down just a little bit as well. It's starting to spit, boys.
Gee, this is ridiculous.
I know. One player that we haven't spoken about much who went down early was Krishan.
And we've got the yellow ball. We've got the yellow ball.
Barrel. There we go.
We've got the old school yellow ball out here.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to turn into a night game here with the lights on.
Yeah.
We're still waiting.
You realise I've got to be in bed by 8 o'clock, don't you?
I've got dream time to get to tonight.
Ray's got a curfew. So finally, after about 5 minutes,
here we go.
It's going to be Oakleigh District who finally bring the ball in, and it's a bit of a nothing kick taken there by Dixon as we go boundary side.
They've actually got the original ball now.
That's impressive.
There's the kick towards full forward, should I say. And there's a whistle. Let's see which way is this one going to go.
Free kick. Ficarelli in the back, was it? There you go. You got some somebody.
I've never seen a game that's just died so much as this one. No one wants to do anything. So finally it'll be a shot at goal, and it'll be that man Lowe who's kicked forward today, so this will be number 5. And you wouldn't back against him here. I'm not putting my house on it or any other part of my personal belongings. Here's the kick from Lowe, and has it gone through?
Yep.
It has. So
Looks like
Lowe
it.
gets his 5th of the day. and the margin increases. It's 96-44 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had about 21 minutes in this last 10, although we have had quite a long break, so we go to the boundary side.
I'll move right to the front of the van because I'm trying to desperately get my umbrella. It's starting to bucket down out here.
Harden up, Josh.
Oh, come on, Besto.
Ball in with a 12-point lead, so South Rowan kicked another. Still in it, the Dogs.
I'm seeing more movement from Josh Ward than I have out on the ground
In the last,
in the last few minutes.
Anyone interested in the AFL? Sydney 3 points win over North Melbourne. So bad luck to North Melbourne.
Jeez. Only 3 points, Ray.
Yeah, 90 to 93. We'll take it.
Season in danger for
North were
Sydney,
in
I
front
reckon.
last quarter by a couple of goals.
Gosh.
Also, boys, apparently Sydney won because of an interchange breach.
That's something to look at after this game.
Sydney are done. Their season's over.
So back into this game.
Yep.
Mateo D'Alfonso wins the free kick from the clearance, goes forward. Schmidt nearly takes the mark, follows it up, couldn't handle it. However, Turnbull was in fact Lowe was in there, the goal kicker from just before. Rhodes was tackled as the rain starts pouring down here. I do not envy the boundary line commentators. I was like, oh no, they're right in front of the van right here. So I guess we should just be thankful we have an actual game on our hands here with the ball back safely on the ground. So a high ball, a bit of a rainmaker as the rain does come down, marked by Ambrose. Jared Ambrose searching for options as the time ticks away. 23 minutes gone in this quarter. So we've got Smith just losing control of it there over the boundary line. Let's go for scores.
I noticed a red ball, boys, so we've had one goal kicked today with the yellow ball. We're back with the red ball.
Out at three-quarter time, Heathmont 10-6-66 lead the Basin 6-5-41.
So fetching the ball there once again is Dylan Burrell. Haven't called his name too much. The late in there for Silvan. As we'll get that ball in. Rain continues to come down. Trent Martin just taps it to himself straight out of the ruck. D'Alfonso's the one to try and rove it. Slips over. Ball goes over the boundary line with him. 24 minutes gone. And it's all looking a little slow here. Warren back into the ruck there for Oakleigh Districts. Interesting move there for Oakleigh Districts, putting Warren there. Their most likely goal kicker. Now playing ruck, so probably just throwing the magnets around and seeing what works.
Robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah, that pretty much is it. Oakleigh Districts win a free kick there and go inside forward 50. So what targets can they find? Kirby was there at the back. However, it was Ambrose the one to find the ball. He was the tackle was laid there by Steiniger, and at the bottom of it was Kogan. Just a quick ball up here. Kirby tapped it down. Another tackle, another ball up. Score centre with Ryan Long.
Brian, you're back in front by 4 points at Tormore Reserve.
Ooh, so a real close, tight game there in Division 2. Coming through with a punch there from the ruck was Bissels. There's D'Alfonso tracking it towards the boundary line. Yet another stoppage. Silvan, 14-12-96 to Oakleigh District, 6-8-44. 25 minutes gone. It'll probably be a long quarter because the ball did go missing for quite a while. Black couldn't handle it there in the clearance. Oakleigh District retain it though. Pearson tracking it, but had to turn tackler there against Turnbull. Kick off the deck there from Silvan was good just to get it out of there. Situation here with Ficarelli. Oh, he was beaten to it, however. That was well done. Oakleigh Districts go forward and the mark's been taken by Blake Pearson, the coach. So he's kicked 2 already. No, sorry, that was Ryan Pearson who's kicked 2. So let's see if the coach can get his first on the board for the day. It'll be Oakleigh District's 7th if he's able to slot it.
Back to a goal at Cheon Park, ball won by 6 points.
Well, that is a fascinating game. Pearson elects to pass it off. Wasn't the best kick, and he can't handle it, can Webb, and he's just given it straight up to Walker. He was tackled. Messy, messy stuff. Trent Martin gets the kick bouncing towards the boundary line. Hilton could actually get there first, however. Keeps it in, gets it to Ambrose, passes it off, Stoyanowski, and now back to Hilton. Kick inside forward 50. Who's the target there? Kirby was. Steiniger, however, safe hands and composed kick out of defence there. Tracking it was Turnbull. Webb goes in hard. Stoyanowski butters up once again. No clean possession there as Bonacci was tackled and will get a ball up.
Just going back to that mark by the coach there at centre half forward, Blake, look, that sums up the way Oakleigh District have played today, not hitting targets at crucial moments. And that's been one of the main differences.
It has indeed. So tackle made on, I think that's Webb under there, as the rain really comes down now.
Silvan will love this. This is great Mount Dandenong weather.
So they win it out of the ruck as the tap from Warren. And so ball towards the boundary line over there. The shape's just gone completely out of this game now. I think someone just needs to blow the siren. 96-44. 27 minutes gone in the last term, but it's been a very good win by Silvan. Take nothing away from them. They were good early on. Oakleigh District hung around for a while.
Well, interestingly, on the ladder, with Oakleigh 4th, they're now 2 games ahead in 3rd position, and then I think 3 games ahead of 5th, with assuming Warrandyte beat Whitehorse. So
big gap between those 3.
Real lock themselves in the 4 here.
Any more scores, Ryan?
Not as of yet. East Ringwood still lead by 8 points. That's the one we're probably... they just kicked a goal as well, so that's a 14-point lead. East Ringwood should be 4-1 if they can hold on.
All right, well done by Warren as he shrugs off a tackler. Now he gets it forward. Ball comes over the top, mostly taken there by...
Jesse Owen.
So, get a little bit of candy there as they go forward again. Silvan, can they get another one just to put the icing on the cake? Good kick. And the mark is taken there by Warren, who's had a few misses today. Has he kicked any goals? Actually, he's got 2, but he's missed a couple as well. So Warren will go back. This will bring up the 100 if he kicks this. This will take them into the to 3 figures, just taking his time. Is it?
Yep, Ficarelli.
Okay, Ficarelli it is. There's the kick on its way. It's a decent strike, but it's off target, so it's going to go across for a minus score.
I'll say it again, should have gone around the corner.
Yep.
Back to 8 points out at Warrandyte Reserve, so Whitehorse still technically in it.
Sorry, it was Ficarelli. I'm looking at Oakleigh District, number 20. Wrong number 20 as the ball comes in from Oakleigh District.
There is that, Oakleigh District number 20. He couldn't take the mark though, could Warren. And finding the boundary line once again, that was Simon Black. We'll get another ball in just in front of Oakleigh District. Interchange bench. The rain's been present for quite a while now. And definitely slowing things down in this game. Sting completely gone, hasn't been seen.
Look at the soft boundary riders out there with their umbrella.
Oh dear. So Burrell turns tackler in that situation.
Walker Reserve, and now this.
Wardy, it comes with the territory, mate.
Yeah.
You've got to get harder.
Message in from Brash, it says, suck it up, Josh.
Of course he did. I'm a Box Hill boy. I'm soft. I'm very soft. I'm very soft.
Ringwood back in front.
Oh, what a goal. What a remarkable goal there. Number 33, we haven't called his name much. It's Jordan Calvi. As we see him right on the boundary line as he just gathers it from the arc. It was barely a check side kick. I'm not sure what sort of kick that was. And it just eluded Simon Hawkins. I have to say that is definitely a contender. And that's the one that brings Silvan over the ton. They're 15-13, 103 to Oakleigh District 6-8-44. Half an hour gone in this final quarter.
So back to the middle. This will be a lengthy quarter as a result of the lost ball, or the misplaced ball, should I say. Conditions not getting any better out here at Oakleigh as the umpires head to throw it up. And so 103 plays 44, decisive margin as Silvan take it out of the ruck. Good work there by Del Alfonso it was. And they go forward again, Silvan. Can they get another one towards the end? Bouncing over there and going out of bounds on the far side of the ground.
Game over at Toolmore Reserve. Ringwood have won by a point.
Oh.
Baronya's first loss of the season.
Oh, gosh. Good win for Ringwood. Brett Rowe will be happy. Umpire to throw it back in.
Never count him out, the Redbacks.
And it goes, gets right over the top. The Cats have it again, though. The left foot kick inside 50. Can they get a mark? You can see already their lights are having quite an effect, just how dark it is out there, because you can see them on the ground. It's almost turning into a night game. So they come off, run off half-back again, the Oakleigh District side. There's the kick forward, but it's a 2-on-1. Pearson's in there trying to make something of it, can't do so. Now he gets it back, snaps it, goal, and in fact the mark is taken right out of the front. I thought he was going to go for goal, but he did the unselfish thing and picked out Kirby.
Great vision, great vision.
Yep. And Kirby will go back and he will try and kick his third. A bit of a consolation for Oakleigh District. This will bring up their 50, so Silvan have got the 100. This will be for 50 if he can slot this, and there can't be a lot of time to go. There's the kick, it's there. So nice kick by Kirby. That's his third, sorry.
Third.
Or second? Third.
Third, one in the second quarter and two in this quarter.
I like that Trent Martin, the coach of Silvan, just gave Kirby a little high five there.
Yep, so the third goal, it's 103 to 50, and we're 32 minutes into this last term.
I really want to know what the one of us chant is about.
Are we picking that up? Heathmont winners over the Basin, 86 to 41.
Yeah.
So a bit more respectability on the scoreboard there with that Kirby goal. He's got 3.
Bayswater score again?
Still waiting on that full-time one. North Ringwood were in front just by 5 points at three-quarter time.
Yep.
A bit disappointing there if Bayswater dropped that one, because they've been in great
on a bit
form.
Of a roll. Yeah, they have in recent weeks.
Chasing that up now.
Speaking of chasing something up, someone's going to have to chase the ball up because it's gone missing once again. There we go. The umpire's got it.
North Ringwood by a point. 5-13-43 to Bayswater, 6-6-42.
Final scores?
Exactly what Ray said.
I predicted North Ringwood by less than a goal.
And Aaron LaMonica gets the final touch of the game there, as that ball up was the last play of the day. Silvan, 15-13-103 have defeated Oakleigh District 7-8-50 here at Princes Park Reserve. The sting went out of the game a long time ago. The rain came down, but Silvan walk away triumphant and push themselves further up the top of the division, not up the top of the Division 3 ladder, but pushing for it, no doubt.
Third spot,
Third
2
spot
games
indeed.
clear there of their next position, so really impressive from their sake, and they're looking really strong so far as Josh Ward looks to go grab an interview out on the ground here. I believe he's got low down there, so Josh Ward, take it away.
I am braving the conditions, fellas, but Matthew Lowe, 5-goal performance today, mate. Must be really happy with it.
Yeah, happy with it. The entries are really good today, so can't complain, and they always know where we're leading and stuff like that, so yeah, it's been good.
And you've started the season off really well yourself personally, and the side in general. Just how happy have you been with the start to the season?
Oh, we couldn't be happier. I think, coming up the division, we weren't sure what to expect and lost a few of our premiership players, so just setting it up well behind the ball and then going from there, so yeah.
And your coach as well, Trent Martin, what a performance from him in Rock. What you make of it?
Yeah, he's very good. He just sort of fills up whenever we need, so I'm sure he'll be happy with me saying that too.
Oh, congratulations, mate. Go celebrate the victory.
Cheers, thanks, mate.
Thanks there, Josh. Just jumping into a couple of results. East Ringwood 14 points in front of Doncaster East still, so they look to be home there. That would be a 5-1 start for a side coming up a division. That's phenomenal.
That's very good.
I'll keep chasing some of these other scores, but as I just mentioned before, North Ringwood by a point, which Ray had tipped in the pre-game show, so well done, Ray Baird. Boronia as well going down to Ringwood by a point, 6-14-50 to 7-9-51. Heathmont winners, Mulgrave winners, Waverley Blues winners, waiting on the East Burwood Templestowe score there. But we can jump into some some votes.
I think Silvan will win.
Oh, yeah, good.
Yeah, I reckon Silvan by over 50.
I'll go first if you like, boys.
Go for it.
I gave 3 votes to Trent Martin. Look, he took on the ruck contest all day long, and he got 90% of the clearances, and it was just his work effort, even boundary throw in. 3 marks to him. 2 to Matthew Lowe. He's ended up with, 5 goals as a forward. And 1 vote I gave to Ryan Pearson. He had a heck of a lot of the ball, not a lot of help from his teammates, but he deserved 1 vote.
Let's listen to the song from the Silvan Rooms. Maybe.
Possibly.
Here we go. Well, it's just cutting a little bit in and out there, unfortunately. So Silvan victors 15-13, 103. Oakleigh District 7-8-50 once again. So we'll jump back into the votes. Brett, did you have any?
Yeah, I've gone pretty similar to Ray, slightly different. I went with one vote I gave to Matthew Steinecker. I thought he was really good. He battled away all day and had a very good game. There's a few guys that I could have given the one vote to be honest. Lowe, he was terrific with his 5 goals. Of course, I gave him the 2 votes and also gave 3 to Trent Martin, who was magnificent today, the player coach in the ruck.
Yeah, I have to agree. Trent Martin for the 3 votes for mine. I'm going to give 2 to Matteo D'Alfonso. He always found space from those clearances. He was excellent, had so much of the ball. His disposal was really good. And I can't go beyond Matthew Lowe for the 1 vote there. 5 goals is nothing to laugh at.
Yeah, Jared, I've gone the same. I'm just in a different order. So I've given the 1 to Matthew Lowe, the 5 goals, really impressive. Gone 2 with Trent Martin. He was phenomenal, taking control in the midfield, a lot of clearance work, especially in that first half. And then 3 votes to Matteo D'Alfonso. I thought he was fantastic and really racked up a lot of the touches and certainly used it well going forward. So that's I think Trent Martin won that with the most votes there, so congratulations to Trent Martin. Every time we seem to come to a Silvan game, he seems to pinch an award there. Was best on ground in the grand final last year, against Surrey Park, and the winner of the Sportsco Eastland voucher this weekend for best on ground. We'll jump into the Tobin Brothers goal of the day contenders. There were quite a few. That last goal there was a pretty decent one.
Jordan Calvi it was.
Yeah, that's probably the one I'm thinking of. And then the goal from about the cricket pitch early in that second quarter.
Tyson McKenzie.
Is probably my 2 contenders. I don't know what everyone else is thinking.
I like the Tyson McKenzie one for mine, but I mean, there was 3 or 4 opportunities or 3 or 4 options, should I say. So McKenzie for me.
Yeah, I'll have to go with McKenzie as well. I think that one was excellent. Also, I think I give points to it as well, just because the game was a little more alive at that point of the game. So more pressure on him to perform.
Okay, stand by, boys. Looks like we've got an interview coming up.
Yeah, here it comes now.
Josh Ward has got the coach of Silvan there, and it's Trent Martin.
Josh?
He's just a bit of a mad leading Trent Martin like a lamb.
Don't strangle him.
A bit of a mad rush, but I do have our Sportsco Eastland player of the day and the Silvan playing coach Trent Martin with me now. Trent, terrific victory. I think it's 5-2 to start the season now. Just continues a really impressive start for the side.
Yeah, unbelievable, mate. It was. I knew it was going to be hard coming out here, but we did it. We came out with 5-2 and in a position that we hoped to be in, but we probably didn't expect it. And we're thoroughly wrapped with what we did.
And with this start, and a comfortable victory here against a side that, has shown plenty of promise to start the season. Just how much confidence does it give you for the rest of the season?
Oh, massive, mate. And I put on a pretty brave face before when we met in there before. I know losing Chargy I was a lot more nervous than I let on because, as I said, I reckon he's the best player in the comp. So when you lose him, you have to restructure, and we did that. And to win away again, it was just amazing. It's I don't think anyone would have picked us to win out here or be in the position we're in. I'm wrapped.
And well, the player that stepped up in ruck was yourself. You must have enjoyed being in ruck today, mate.
Definitely. I don't know if I enjoyed it. I just like playing footy, mate, and I love this footy club. And I knew it's what I had to do to help the team. And we didn't have many. There was no plan. Or our plan B was injured as well. So I was C, D, and E, and it just worked. So I love this joint. I'd do anything to help win, and I love playing footy. But certainly not in the twilight of my career what I thought I'd be doing, driving out here 50 minutes from home to play a full game in the ruck. That's for sure.
I'll throw it up to you, fellas. Now, Ray, I think you've got your hand up.
Ray here, Trent. Look, congratulations on your own game, mate. You really were the workhorse today, and you really controlled the stoppages and all that. But there's one player I want to point out to you. Tyson Bissell's down back. Cool as a cucumber, and look, he was fantastic.
Yeah, he was good. Probably to be honest, wasn't his best game, but he's been great. He's even his bad games are still good in this comp. He's an elite player for this comp, and as I said, he's probably one of our only kids, like I said before the game, that is a local to Silvan, and he can go either end of the game, probably either end of the ground. He sort of picked up a bit of slack losing Kimpton this year, so he's played a bit forward, and yeah, he's been sensational. I couldn't speak high enough of the kid.
Yeah, Trent, Jared Bainland here. Congratulations once again on the win. I got to say, Matteo De Alfonso, he's played an excellent game. That connection that a midfielder has to their ruckman, he must have that with Charge. He seemed to find that with you as well.
Yeah, he did. He's just a good kid, and he's and I knew he's got a pretty big, he's got a strong junior record, and he's come to our footy club, and the under-19s, he was brilliant. He's our captain. He just does everything right, and he works. I don't think he's missed a training session, and yeah, well, hopefully you guys can watch him at ruck against Charge. It's a lot more electric than against me, that's for sure.
Trent, it's Brett Beston here, mate. A great win today. We were talking before about how all the new sides have come up a division and how they've all been so competitive. I mean, you guys have come up, and here you find yourself in third place, 2 wins clear of fourth. I mean, did you set yourself any goals at the start of the year in terms of where you might think you could get to?
No, to be honest with you, we were rocked with a few late retirements late in the pre-season, so we didn't have any expectation. We just knew that our good was going to be good, and obviously our reserves probably haven't got the depth at the moment that we need. So I always said if we can keep our best 22 somewhere near fit, and we're going to be all right. And we've only got 2 injuries. It just happens to be 2 ruckmen at the moment. So we knew our best was going to take it up to some teams. And yeah, well, to be honest with you, it has shocked me a little bit where we're at.
Trent, you better turn around and give your mum a wave, mate. You might be ready to head off.
Mum and Dad too. Dad was filthy on that.
Trent, we'll let you go. I know it's raining out there and you want to celebrate. Don't go too far. We've got a Sportscar Eastland Award for you eventually. So congratulations on another big game today. 5-2 the Cats. Looking really good so far.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate all your work you're doing with the FNL. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Trent. All the best,
Martin. Fantastic. He's always been really great with us, and another big game this afternoon. And Josh will sort him out with his award here and get a photo of him as the rain comes down here. But it just speaks volumes of where Silvan have come from. Premiership last year, and we didn't know how they'd go up a division, but sitting third with a 2-game advantage, as Brett said, looking really strong, Jared.
Yeah, it's really impressive. I've been fascinated with all the teams that have come up a division and are doing so well. It's starting to create a bit of space there on that Division 3 ladder, isn't it, gents? Because Silvan pushing their way up to their 3rd spot now, a couple of wins ahead of 4th spots, and that. We were saying how even Division 3 was looking not too long ago, but it really looks like the cream's rising to the top here, and Silvan's part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's a long way to go, but there is a bit of a gap, a definite gap opening up between those top sides. But as you said, there's a long way to go in this season, so things can still change. But great start from Silvan, and I'm just watching Trent go past me, and the thing that sort of strikes me, and I don't know, maybe because I'm only 5'10" myself in the old method, I have a fascination with ruckmen because some of them are really tall and skinny. Trent's he's not a big guy, like he's solid, but he's not that tall. But I mean, he played the whole game in the ruck.
Yeah. What he does, he's not a jumping ruckman. He's a body on body, and he will take the opposition ruckman who does jump just out of that contest, certain degree. And that's where he's so good. But look, just on Oakleigh District, look, their season's not finished. They're still alive. They're playing in patches. They played some really good football, but their disposal let them down. And that was the difference between the 2 teams, was that Silvan hit their targets, and that they didn't.
Look, it's a funny one because especially in that first term, I mean, Silvan sort of kicked away, but Oakleigh District's played some really good stuff in that first term. But they just couldn't get the job done. But anyway, let's go to a quick break, and we'll come back and continue analysing this one and take you through to the close.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Oakleigh as we just continue going through the post-game situation here. Of course, it's been a big win today and a very good win for the Silvan Cats. But what we'll do in the remaining few minutes is we'll just go through the scores as you get in your car and drive home from the various games today to see what's been happening around the grounds, and Ryan Long is all over that.
Yeah, so we'll go through them all. We've gone through a bit in the last half an hour, but we'll recap them for those who have missed it. Starting in Premier Division, Baldwin looked to be home there by 6 points over South Croydon. East Ringwood defeated Doncaster East by 14 points. So an incredible start, as we said, for East Ringwood. They'll remain on top of the ladder with just the one loss. Baldwin will come into second place now, still undefeated.
Donny used to hit the skids a bit, haven't they?
Well, they were in front early and looked...
No, but I mean in the overall season, because didn't they lose last week, I think, or the week before?
They did. I can't remember who. Oh, to Blackburn. Blackburn did defeat them not that long ago. So that's their second loss of the year out at Edwin Flack Reserve. This game was tied, I think, in roughly about three-quarter time, but Roeville piled on the goals late, 10-15-75 to Berwick, 6-4-40. So a win there for the Hawks will be a very relief for their side. Out at Moreton Park, Norwood got the job done. Haven't got a final score on me as such, but I did hear they got over the line. I believe that was by 14 points, 12-8-80 to... I've looked at the wrong way. Blackburn have defeated Norwood 12-8-80 to 10-6-66. So they were in front by 12 points, and I saw the score and just assumed they'd done the job. So Blackburn, big last quarter there, and they get the job done. Little game day error because Doncaster 368 lead Noble Park 97.
Wow.
That score is obviously incorrect, and Noble Park
I would hope so.
in front of have got the job done against Doncaster. Vermont 31 points over Park Orchard, so another win for the Eagles. That's 3 in a row, and they're looking pretty good. We'll jump into Division 1. The one score we've been trying to chase, been looking at Facebook pages, Instagram pages, had nothing from South Belgrave and Mooroolbark yet. The latest score was early on in that game where Mooroolbark led by 13 points. So hopefully that's up soon, because that's a really intriguing one out there at South Belgrave. Croydon Oval, still waiting on that one too. That's in the last quarter there. The Tigers led by 15 points going into three-quarter time. We'll keep an eye on that one as the last 5 minutes of the show go here. Montrose, big winners over Beaconsfield, 12-10-82 to the Eagles, 5-5-35, so back on track. North Ringwood, as we said, won by a point over Bayswater. Important one for them, and they will if Croydon lose, they'll be clear of that spot on the ladder. The bottom two, obviously, with relegation. Waiting on a final confirmation on Wantirna South. They were 20 points up at three-quarter time over Lilydale. Jumping into Division 2, Ringwood 7-9-51 defeated Boronia 6-14-50. So the Hawks' first loss of the season, and now Ringwood consolidate their spot in the top 5. So interesting there, because they've got East Burwood next week, who went down to Templestowe this afternoon, 8-9-57 to the Dockers, 13-12-90. So bit of concern there for the Rams. They're really slipping behind that top 5. Mulgrave were big winners, 24 goals, 10, 154. Tarpa Ferntree Gully 9-7-61. Heathmont got the job done over the Basin, 13-8-86 to 6-5-41. And the Waverley Blues, big winners as expected, 23-13, 151 to Knox, 9-8-62. Into Division 3, obviously today's result, the Cats with a 53-point win over Oakleigh District, put them back into third spot, 2 games clear, fourth. Ferntree Gully, a massive win out at Coldstream Reserve, 19 goals, 15, 129 to Coldstream, 6-4-40. Very poor Super Boost Roughie of the Week, Josh Ward. Very
Josh,
poor there.
sacked, mate.
Donvale, 13-19-97, so very inaccurate this time. Still got the job done over Fair Park, 10-14-74. So a 23-point win for Donvale. And out at Warrandyte Reserve, the Warrandyte hold on 10-16-76 to Whitehorse, 9-13-67. So looking at that ladder, it's now down at the bottom there. They move to, I think they're still last on percentage, but equal with Whitehorse and Coldstream with 2 wins each. So you couldn't even start on who's going to get relegated in that division. Jumping into Division 4, the other game we're trying to look for is that Forest Hill Reserve, Forest Hill and Chirnside Park. Forest Hill led quite comfortably by 37 points there at half-time. Haven't heard from them since. Been checking their pages, so someone get on that quickly in the last 4 minutes. And out at Hughes Park, Scoresby, big winners, 25 goals, 17, 167 to Croydon North Emlock, 4-6-30. This one's been a bit of a surprise. It's Surrey Park winning by 53 points, but 24-13, 157 to Nuttawading, 16-8, 104. So great to see the Lions hit the...
That's a very good positive for Nuttawading.
It is a good positive, and I think Nick Can kicked 8 goals this week. So 23 in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's really poor after his 15 goals. But I'm very, very impressed there by the Lions to be able to score 100 on a really strong side in Surrey Park. So I'll chase up in the last couple of minutes any last scores there, but I'll leave it back to you boys. Your final thoughts on a game, because Silvan, very impressive.
Look, they were very good, Silvan. I mean, they started off, they looked the goods in that first quarter. But having said that, as we talked about, Oakleigh District, they were really good at moving the ball, probably from 3/4 of the ground, but it was just getting it inside 50 and doing the finishing work, because you sort of felt, you thought to yourself, if they can just get their finishing right, they're right in this. But unfortunately, they just couldn't get that last part done, and in the end, that's what burnt them. But Silvan, you know, we've said it all about them today. They've been very, very impressive, and they really have shown their credentials in third division. And anyone who doubted them before today certainly would have had to take, you know, a different look, I think.
Well, back on Oakleigh District and their lack of ability to finish, I think this might have been a much more different game if Zach Bozanic was actually playing.
100%.
Warren was good, but maybe misused. Kirby kicked 3 goals, and I felt really acquitted himself. But late in the game, perhaps when the pressure was a little less, on the ball carrier. So with Zach Bozanic back in the side whenever he does come back in, I think that transition forward will look a lot more clean and a lot more purposeful from Oakleigh District.
Yeah, and look, I was impressed at certain stages with Oakleigh District, but as I said, their disposal let them down. And look, what's going to happen? Look, the Pearson boys are fantastic footballers, but the next 6 players on their list have got to step up a little bit and give them a little bit more support around, particularly around that midfield. And I'd like to see them with a good, tall forward who can be a pivot down there.
Yeah, I tell you who was good early, or probably for the first couple of quarters, and then he sort of drifted out of the game, was Hawkins. Simon Hawkins, he played really well, but then as the game sort of got away from them, he sort of drifted away out of the game. But Ray's right, I mean, they just need to get some more support for the Pearson brothers, because they can't do it all on their own.
Yeah, and from a Silvan side of things, Trent Martin leading from the front, stepping up in the absence of James Charge. And You know, he as you mentioned to me, Ray, he teared games apart back when he was playing Division 1 or Division 2 with Croydon, and he did just that today with his ruck work. It was a seriously impressive game all round, doing I reckon 95% or even 99% of the rucking duties for Silvan, and then you got Matt Law forward. There were contributors everywhere, but those two in particular really stood out to me.
It was an extraordinary performance from Martin, as you say, to shoulder virtually the whole ruck load on his own. But, who've Silvan got next week, Ryan? Question without notice.
They have Whitehorse next week. I believe that is at Springfield Park, I think. So, but their form on the road, which was going to be my concern this year, I thought they'd be pretty strong at home. But
me too.
That's another big game, another tick. Make the travel down here, a 45-minute trip from Silvan, as we mentioned in the pre-game. Fair way to go, but worth it when you're going to win. Yeah, absolutely. So a big result here.
And whereas for Oakleigh District, they've got Coldstream, who they've obviously got their doubts.
So is that here or out of Coldstream?
That's out of Coldstream Reserve. So I checked before, it was a 45-minute trip up there to Arctic Park as well. So a bit of a trek for the district.
All right, boys. Well, look, time to start wrapping up here out here at Oakleigh. It's been a really interesting game today, but in the end, it's been a comprehensive win for the Silvan side. They've got up over the home side, Oakleigh District. Time to start thanking the contributors, that were, of course, everyone who's been part of the team today. Jaden and Wardy, who are on the boundary. Of course, Jaden Odolph and Josh Ward. Fantastic job on the boundary, even though they whisked out in the last quarter with a bit of rain. Softies.
We'll have to speak about that off air, Josh.
Of course, our media
again.
manager, Ryan Long, who's been on the scores all afternoon, which is one of the toughest jobs because they're coming in thick and fast, keeping us all up to date.
And when clubs don't do it.
That's right, yes. Ray Baird, great to have you back, Ray, and on special comments. I know you were going to be on the boundary, so you dodged a bullet there. My co-commentator, Jared Beanland, mate, it was great calling with you today, really, really good. And as always, the people behind the scenes who do all the hard work, push the buttons and make the coverage possible, Lee and Megan Green. Megan's on camera today. She's one of the best going around, as is Lee. But let's wrap it up out here now, and thank you very much for your company, and we look forward to seeing you again next week for another EFNL Match of the Rounds.